Oh, I'm gonna be talking about a handful of stuff. There's a decent amount within the VTuber scene, but there's also some other stuff that I want to talk about beyond that. I'm your only source of news. Oh no. What what is that? I editorialize? I don't know. I'm not like the most in-depth coverage. Howdy! God, I'm glad you guys like this stuff. I've got like 4 YouTube videos I want to go through, 5 little bits of Twitter stuff that I haven't really dived too much in on. One of them might be worth diving in more in the future, but we'll see. And then I've got a bigger segment, I guess, about racism, uh, a VTuber manager that has been called out, been pretty big from what I've heard. Uh, and then there's a segment that I'm going to title "What If Sniper Wolf Was a VTuber?" Yeah, it's going to be the fun kind of racism, white racism. I think I'm just going to start off easy with some YouTube. But oh yeah, next week I am. Might as well make it make mention like just like Joe Cat, heterochromia gone too far. 100% on the money. I'm not going to be streaming next weekend. I'm going to be at a furry convention, hopefully recording a video there. And then the following week I'll be back, but there's going to be videos throughout the week. Figured I'd mention that off the top. So, what do I actually want to start with? Part of me actually wants to start with talking about Shy Lily. Also, want to save that for a little bit later. I do also need to make an update video regarding Finster, because like my video is like, wait, Finn's a part of the Alphabet Mafia, and then the day later, Finn posts a coming out video. So it's like, fuck. FYI, I have been spoilerinoed for what's the content of it. I haven't watched the video, but if you are aware, let's keep it a secret for now, because there's always somebody new. There's also an update on that. The crew game. I gotta make an update. We can also learn about what is woke. What? Zio? Oh no, you're fine. Um, I was talking about a friend of mine DMing me. Like I knew Finn came out. No, IRL friend, like one of my besties. Uh, had no idea I was even going to be talking about it, and well, yeah, yeah. That's not a vague tweet at anybody. That's literally what happened today. Because like I saw the thumbnail. It's pink and a blue and titled "Coming Out." There's some flavor of trans, obviously, but I didn't know which flavor until this morning. Anyways, what do I actually want to start with? Hmm. Could learn about what is woke from like a what seems to be a right-leaning channel. That'll be interesting. You know what? Fuck it. Let's start with Finn. Not that long of a video. I just realized that phrasing, and I'm happy I phrased it that way. Yeah, it's not like going to be a massive video or anything. Depending on how long I pause, it is 4 minutes. I can ramble sometimes. Funny story. So last week, basically, I went over a video talking about, or Finster was talking about how they were asexual. I was like, oh, neat. That'll be interesting to cover. And then, like, the day after my video releases, Finn uploads a video on the Finster Live channel titled Coming Out. Is them with pink and blue lighting. Pretty obvious what it's going to be overall referring to. A lot of people have been speculating that Finster was trans. And honestly, I don't remember what Redditor I'm stealing this from, but people were trying to crack the egg when you should let it hatch. Anyways, let's see what Finn has to say about coming out.
Oh wow, I'm so surprised. Yeah, I know. So you might have noticed for the last 6 months or so, when someone asks on stream, or on Twitter, or Reddit or something,
is Finn on HRT?
I just avoid the question. I avoid the question entirely and make a little joke, and that's solely...
To my understanding, I was pretty sure Finn was on HRT, and I don't personally care. That's their own business. Wait, my stuff is hidden. Because I was recording a Dragon Ball Z abridged clip. Name tag. Not that one. That one. That one.
Because recently, I started HRT. Confetti.
Congrats.
It took a while to feel comfortable to make this video. Even now, I am very scared. I don't know why, but I want so badly to be able to talk about stuff that I've been doing, and it's really hard to if no one knows. I want to talk about my life openly and all the amazing things that have happened. So it's kind of nervous excitement, I guess.
I can honestly totally understand that. There is a very fine line that you really walk when being super duper open with your community and stuff. There are definitely some things that you want to keep private, keep personal, but then, at least with regards to social transitioning and all that fun jazz, people do kind of gotta know.
Spent so many months scared and stressed out about trying to pick a label. I'm still not done yet. I still haven't figured absolutely everything out, but I'm feeling comfortable enough to talk about it now. So wait, so does this mean you're a woman now? We'll get to that in a minute. We gotta do the serious bit first. Why? Okay, well, honestly, this might be a little bit controversial. I cross-dressed on Twitch for years. After doing it for a meme, I wanted to explore my gender a bit more. People have been making egg jokes or saying I'm on HRT for years, and kind of because...
To be fair, you've been super duper cute for years. But yeah, a lot of people will use different forms of gender expression in order to test the waters of socially transitioning. For some people, it's cross-dressing on Twitter or on Twitch and Twitter. For some people, it's always playing a female character in a MMORPG. Sometimes it's playing something completely different in like D&D, but that's essentially the same thing. Anyways, yeah, it's some people just try out things. Not always the way that others have tried it. I basically jumped into the social transition when I actually figured out the body I wanted to have, kind of thing. Sometimes it's becoming a VTuber. True. But it's not like a one-to-one, this is always track record for it. There's a lot of excited trans people that like to have, or like to know that there's more trans people out there. So they look for the signals. And honestly, I think sometimes they can get pretty pushy with regards to, oh, that person's an egg. It's like, let them figure that one out. Again, it goes back to the let the egg hatch, don't crack it kind of thing.
Because of that, a lot of the trans community started popping into streams or like seeing my videos or interacting with me. And that had never happened to me before. And I learned a lot. And some of it seemed a little bit too interesting. It felt a bit like I uncovered a part of myself that I've been purposefully just shutting down for as long as I can remember and never questioned why. I have this.
I would bet it's social stigmas that kind of, it's never really, or for a long time anyways, at least when I was growing up, it's not really openly talked about, and often representation in the media was just being the butt of a joke. For example, check out Ace Ventura, one of the big comedy hits of the 90s.
This notes page on my phone from over a year ago now with a handwritten note of like pros and cons list of taking HRT, and when I went to go fill out the cons list, there wasn't much I could come up with, so I started.
Oh, also, I know it's stupid, but I wanted to say it.
That's actually extremely valid, yeah, and reasonable. Like, make that list. If you're unsure about something, make a pro and con list. It'll help you actually visualize making that difference.
I did factor in the whole, like, I wonder if doing streaming and the money that's kind of attached to it is the reason I wanted to do this. Like, is it warping my brain? I did think about that. I've streamed for years and it's been my entire life and I've made a lot of money off it, and I wonder if that's what's affecting me and making me want to do this. And it's not. This isn't exactly something I just decided, this'll be funny, and then did. I am maybe the most risk-averse person I knew, and I was terrified, but I knew it's what I wanted. I just wanted to put that in there just so I'm not, like, in one of Blair White's thumbnails or something.
So, trans? Gender? Okay, look, I think that's gonna cause some debate, and I don't want to be the one to have it. I think the label that suits me best is gender fluid. But look, whenever I tell people about...
Okay, that's what I was spoilerinoed on, that Finn is currently settled on gender fluid. There's going to be a lot of... I want a more flattering...
this in
still.
real
Come
life.
on.
What I say is...
That's a lot better. Personally, I use the umbrella. Trans is anybody that doesn't identify with their assigned sex at birth. So if you are anything other than what people assumed you were as a baby, you're trans. That includes gender fluid. It includes non-binary people, intersex. I guess. It gets fucky and gray. Let people be people. It doesn't have to be at the end of the world if they don't want to directly call themselves transgender. They just want to say gender fluid instead.
I just don't care. And if you're going to be playing around with your expression or gender, you shouldn't either. In 10 years, there's no way people are going to be making coming out videos. But I get this has been like a pretty big part of my content over the years as I slowly figured stuff out, so it's worth saying. I feel really comfortable with who I am. I'm so glad I got to this point with such like a supportive group of people. I don't think anyone should feel pressured to come out. And I get that I'm definitely like top of the tier list for this guy's probably trans. I just want to be able to talk more openly about stuff. The easiest thing would be to just not do this, to keep cross-dressing forever. But I want to change. This guy's going to town on that Nerf dart. I want to get rid of the clickbait. I can finally talk about the stuff that's been going on. And I've got so many stupid jokes that I've kept in the Twitter drafts that I can finally make. So, yeah. Fuck, I forgot about pronouns. I guess I still prefer he, him, but who knows? They might change, and that's kind of half the fun anyway. I didn't mention this for so long just because I do still feel like, you know, boy. I waited so long because I wanted a label for people to attribute to me other than just guy on HRT. I was just really scared.
I'm seeing that. Oh, I know, right? And in regards to the pronoun, they're not forever. If Finn does want to change them, I've been using they, them for Finn because just I haven't been sure. I might... I don't know. I'm probably going to stick with they, them. Though if he, him is preferred, I might as well use it, right?
scared of people making what I'm doing into like some sort of political thing or just debating my reasoning to exist, and I am just here to be me.
But there is one more thing.
Finns just living their best life, but oh, there's going to be people that I wouldn't be surprised if there are people that are all, see, this is the slow degeneration of the new generation bullshit. But for real, let Finn be Finn.
Also, I'm bi. I like dudes. That's weird to say. Everything I say feels like a bit now.
Respect, I am also bi.
God damn it. I know there's gonna be a million questions and I can't wait to hear them, but it's just, I am really bad at this, so I'll see you on Twitch. Thanks for watching. This is probably the most important video I'll ever make. Fucking amazing. Thank you, babe.
I didn't expect you to actually do that.
I'm gonna do this. You realize the only reason why I'm doing any of this is because you raised me vegetarian?
That's true, there's obviously a correlation.
As I said to you about 3 months ago, I never wanted a son.
I blame you. They should.
It's all those apples.
It is. It is. It's too many fruits and veggies and not enough red meat.
Oh, that, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I am actually really glad that he included that little bit with his family's acceptance at the end there. Because that was also going to obviously be a big up in the air. Oh, Finn acts like they're so great or they're so happy, but their parents secretly despise them. And then in the coming out video, they're cracking jokes together. It seems like a great family. I'm actually really happy for Finn. Wherever his gender journey takes him. I just hope it's happier places, and it looks like that's where it's leading. Yeah, that was a nice little way to start off the stream. Let's see. Oh, I kind of want to talk about Shy Lily. Very wholesome bit. I know, right? That was actually really sweet. %100% agree, Joestar. God, that could have also been something like I saved for the end as like a what's it? It's like a palate cleanser, because we're going into some wild places. Hey Nessie, how you doing? I was hoping you'd pop in. I'm doing pretty good. Just getting started into the swing of things. Just recorded the Finster segment. I've got quite a bit more to go through. And I do plan on covering that, the crew update. I'm always cute. God, I can't wait to have like full body tracking. That would make this a lot more expressive. Or at least some form of hand tracking again. I don't know why, but the program I did use previously has just started to get shit. Okay, so do I want to jump? What do I want to jump into next? Shy Lily and Yuri Art. of herself. Do we want to talk about... Well, do we want to go over a reactionary video about what is woke? That'll be a good time to laugh. And then there's also the crew update. Those are the 3 videos I have that I want to go through next, but I'm not sure which order. One for the crew, one for Shy Lily. Shy Lily is going to be a shorter one. The crew update's going to be like a 40-minute long video. I am actually going to turn that up in speed. Wait, what's the order? Sounds like we want to start off with Shy Lily. Like, the order of my tabs is Shy Lily, the crew, and what is woke. Oh, Nessie, you want to hop on? Yeah, we can totally do that. Okay, it does sound like chat wants to see the Shy Lily stuff. Okie dokie, you take your time. We'll start off with Shy Lily then. See where we're at. Because the anti-woke video is like 20 minutes long as well, so that'll probably be an hour segment on its own. Sushi. Those who are cultured, like really cultured in the VTuber scene, know what the term Kami Oshi means. And for me, my Kami Oshi would be Shy Lily. Sushi, come on. I'm recording. I really enjoy Shy Lily's energy. I really loved her lore video that came out with her re-debut, I guess, with her new model. Fucking love that new model. And, well, we got a video. Comes to us from the Shy Lily Clips channel, titled Shy Lily, or Lily Loves Yuri Art of Herself. I love being cultured on the internet.
Beep boop beep boop 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 beep beep. Womp womp.
I also just want to say, Pierre, if you ever see this, I love the way you open these videos.
I get laid daily, every day. I have free access to D. Stop copium tracking just because you don't want it to be a reality. Your reality is more like fan art. Why are you guys so mean? Rip my Yuri shit. Bro, there's so much Yuri art of me too. I don't mind it. I don't think anyone in chat expects me to mind that. Really... Oh my god. I remember forever ago. Core memory unlocked. I forgot about it, now I remembered it again. Where someone was reporting an art piece that was done of me and another female, and they were like, this is unacceptable. Lily has mentioned many times that she is straight, and people are trying so hard to like gay her. What the fuck, bro?
Unironically, I thought Shy Lily was bi. But, I mean, if she's straight, okay. But she likes the Yuri art, huh? Lily breaking people's hearts? Yeah. No kidding.
You need to chill. I love women. What the fuck? People can dream, right? Like, it's fucking fan art, bro. I don't give a shit. I love it. I retweeted plenty of that myself. Like, what? He was feeling mad on my behalf. What the up! Yeah, better not tell him I locked tolls with Numi. Holy shit. Oh, my Numi was attacked for being my gay friend.
Oh my god, I'm pretty sure I saw that picture where they're interlocking toes. I didn't save it because I'm not in a feed. That was wild when it came up on my timeline. And I see some wild shit on Twitter.
And the YouTube comment being all like, I can't stand Numi, I hate her. I still like Lily kind of, but like, oh my god. I hate Numi because she is trying to make Lily gay. That was so wild, bro. That was crazy. Yippee!
Holy
I
shit,
can't
these people are
believe
taking
Numi is making my...
These people always seem to take it way more seriously than the streamers themselves. Like, for real. A lot of people are acting like they know what the streamer wants more than themselves. Or, yeah, more than themselves. It is... Not seen much Shy Lily, but I remember her striking out with every character at the party in Baldur's Gate 3. Really? I don't watch a whole lot of gaming content. I prefer, like, commentary content.
Lily gay. I'm not making this shit up. People really do that. Ungay her this instant. It's so unbelievable. They're like getting mad on my behalf. Getting mad at Numi for like gaying me. I'm like, what the fuck? Numi's sexuality is horny.
I'm gonna take this. I'm gonna take this as it's okay to gay Lily in heart. Oh, I should update the color costume model. Anyways,
Lily, can you remind chat what sound does the SMG make?
Deja vu. I just been in the stress before.
That was fun. But yeah, I was mostly just curious about. Well, I am one of those cultured people that likes to make cultured pictures on the internet. But it is kind of important to me that the people that I do make that cultured content with, that they actually appreciate it in some way. Because if it's somebody that doesn't want any of that kind of culture, I don't want to make that art of them. So that was largely why I was curious about going over this on stream with you guys. Bit of a plug, bit of talking about my Oshi. Good times, good times. Nessie, do you still need a little time to set up? Do I need to check Discord? No. Oh, I didn't. Might give Nessie. Excuse me. Might give Nessie a little more time. Because there's a funny, unrelated thing that happened on Twitter. And I just laughed. Go through that and then see where we're at with Nessie. Still getting ready? Okie dokie. Yeah, I didn't think it would be that quick either, to be honest. Things I don't normally say. Goes off and huffs more copium. For real though, I actually last way longer than most people I've been with. There is a risk that you always dabble with being a public figure. No matter how much you hide behind, like, a VTuber avatar, for instance, some people will sometimes stumble across finding out real identities sometimes, and sometimes it does go badly. But I want to go over a time where it was actually pretty funny, no harm was done, and then the VTuber in question actually ended up putting out a video that I don't personally want to go through on stream because it's the same thing that we're basically going through, and I'm going to be plugging that in the description of this video. But I want to go over the Twitter thread that she put out before she made, well, her video, because, like, a lot of people were curious. This was really funny. So Aurora McKee, I honestly don't know how to pronounce that. I should. Aurora tweeted, I invited this dude over to Smash, but I forgot to turn off my computer, so Aurora's bare ass is staring him in the face. He looks at me and goes, that's a VTuber. I'm like, what the fuck? So I say, what's a VTuber? I just like anime. So he proceeds to eye roll and then eat my Yeah, it's Aurora. On her YouTube channel, she goes through this herself to explain stuff. Then the thread continues. I'm gonna start a stream show called Coochie Corner where I talk about my sexual conquest and invite friends to tell me theirs. I'm already sexually educated. Now let's talk about what happens when you use that education. I don't know if that's serious. I would watch the shit out of that. And then she tweets out a bit after, OMG, he finished and proceeded to show me my own TikTok account. Y'all, how do I kick him out? Y'all. She shares a screenshot. Don't kick me out, please. So he knows and let me save a picture of his dick to prove he won't dox me. So, okay. What the fuck just happened? Too many people are following me because of this post. Y'all better be there for my stream. Oh my god. I really should make time for her streams. This was hilarious. And I know she's been pretty based previously. This is just another funny story. I don't think Aurora actually has a BF. I'm pretty sure she just wants to do her pronoun. I can't tell. I'm pretty sure they just want to do their own thing. But, like, you know, be open with the fun times. Yeah, like, I haven't dedicatedly watched her, but the stuff I do see out of her, it's either really funny like this or really based. That's all I really need to say. God, I would love to talk to her someday. She really seems like she'd be one of those really fun people to talk to. Let's see. That's a bit of a longer thread, but it's. I don't know if it's a shit post or not, but it's like a long thread. It's about friendaltery. I mean, I don't think platonic relationships are really talked about enough, so maybe it'll be worth going through. We'll have to see. That's another bit of a longer thread. Not sure how much more time Nessie's going to need. These are shorter segments than I thought. You can just vibe for a little bit, chill out. That's what the kids say these days, right? Right. Yeah, like short segments are good for the algorithm and stuff. It's just when trying to, you know, arrange stuff, it gets tricky. Almost done. Alrighty, let me know. Close captions on, the volume up. Big stretchy. To be honest, this is probably one of the streams where I'm going to take a break and play one of my older videos for a bit. Because, like, this, the Accursed Farms video I'm going to go over about the crew with Nessie. That's a 40-minute video, so. Whew. And then I've got, like, the longer Twitter stuff to jump into. You got something else I can run through? Well, yeah, we got pictures of that. Hey, Seahorse, how you doing? Yeah, it's actually been a while since I've had another person pop up on stream. How long has it been? That that charity interview stream is coming up on almost a year ago now. Glad to hear you're doing well. Going to be talking about legacy media, I guess, broadly, using the crew as a wedge. Like how you don't own your games anymore. I was just finishing a quick wafer, having a sippy. Yeah, I'm ready to call whenever. Howdy.
Hey. How is everything?
Pretty good, pretty good. How's it going with you?
I'm okay too. Yeah, I'm here about the game news video. I
Yeah.
wanted to add like some of my insight as a longtime fan and and guardian for media preservation. Take your time with the.
Yeah, is there anything you wanted to do for like a preamble to the video?
Yeah, well, the first half of it is like what you do for other countries, like a call to action sort of. Like you live in Canada, for instance, maybe you can lend a hand to Ross here, whatever you can. um, and the second half is more about the U.S. and how dire it is. Yeah, he has some great analogies that aptly sum it up really well. And yeah, and really not good revelations regarding the U.S. specifically.
Oh boy.
Oh,
My stream is messing up
yeah.
right now.
Oh crap! What's wrong?
Oh, I've just got something. I've got the Discord VTuber popping up right now.
Okay.
Boop.
Take your time.
My
I
only
hope
question
chat
is, do
at
you
least
happen to
caught
have?
that. What was that?
Do you happen to have like a green screen background?
Would that work better? Yeah, you
Yes.
do.
Do filters. Oh god damn it! Now it's too strong of a filter.
Oh no.
And we're solved.
Take your time.
Almost solved.
Yeah,
Okay.
take your time with that.
God, love doing this stuff.
mm. Yeah, you did it
Can't
once
get too
before.
spicy. It is YouTube. Alrighty, we can get into this.
I might mute myself sometimes because I've someone upstairs and they may come down and interrupt me. Just want to let you know.
Fair enough. Do you want to introduce yourself to everybody?
Okay. Hey, I'm Nessie. Last time you saw me, I was not in this avatar. I bought this last month, or the month before actually, via Patreon. Hope you like it. Gave Briley a show in it.
That's a story for a different day. Today, we're going to be
True.
talking about the crew and legacy media. I forget the term you.
Yeah, the games as a service, and like they're games that rely on the central server to run.
Yeah, they. Especially with the crew, you can just flip a switch and they can have offline play, but they're just getting rid of it.
Yeah.
Last I heard. So I guess
Yeah.
without further ado, we'll dive into this video. Wait, Am I still in studio mode?
Mhm.
Yes.
Take your time.
There we go.
Hello, this is an update to the
Hello.
last video I did about The Crew being shut down. A quick recap is Ubisoft is shutting down The Crew at the end of March. That means it will become unplayable by literally everyone. This is one of the largest game shutdowns of this nature, so my plan is to use it to take any and all legal action I can against Ubisoft as a way of challenging the practice of destroying games, period. So even if you don't care about The Crew, I'm using it as a means to an end of trying to halt the practice of companies destroying all future games of this type. I think this is our best shot. The stars are kind of aligned to finally do something about this problem. Now, in the previous video,
I do think this is a really important thing to broadly touch on to, because like I don't have any personal connection to The Crew, but who knows what other game that I do have an attachment to that this same thing could happen.
Case in point, look what I'm using.
Pardon?
Case in point.
Yeah, exactly.
Stuff for help on this.
What I'm
and the
using
result
it
of
relies on a central server.
Yeah,
And
that's
it
true.
could be shut down by any time. This is why it's important.
Exactly. There's a lot of people that use VR chat. I hate how everything has to be subscription these days. Oh, I 100% agree. You should just pay your one time and then you get your content. It's how it should work.
Good, very good so far. I've gotten so much feedback and information to work with that now I have much more defined plans. I feel like I'm 80% there now with what the plans are, though there's still a bunch of work left for me. So this video is to update everyone on what the plans are, get more feedback, and maybe help me shore up some of the weak spots so we can really do this thing full force come April. Oh, unless you're in France and bought a copy of The Crew, in which case you can help a lot as soon as today. I'll get to that. For most people though, we're not going to be doing much until April. This isn't Minority Report. We're not going to be prosecuting future crimes that haven't happened yet. What's happening right now is all research, planning, and prep work, which there's a ton of. Though for non-French owners of The Crew, there's a few steps you can do before April that might help also. Oh boy, there's so much to cover. Some of this is just an update. The rest of this is practically a sequel to my Games as a Service is Fraud video. I'm going to split this up into two parts, the United States and the rest of the world. I'm going to talk about the rest of the world first, because it's more important to what's happening here, and if I talk about the US first, then people are going to think it's the end times, and that's really not the big picture here. Well, for video games anyway. Alright, so globally, let's talk about the plans. There are a lot of plans, but they're mostly a variation of the same thing. The core problem here is the game is being shut down that people paid for, and the publishing company, in this case Ubisoft, has essentially inserted themselves in between the customer and the game working, and have chosen to abandon that responsibility with no recourse for the customer. Well, in many countries, especially in the European Union and Australia, this is shady to the point of being probably illegal. And lo and behold, many of these countries have robust consumer protection agencies to contact for exactly this kind of situation. So that's the backbone to all of this. We want to get as many people and as many countries as we can to all contact these agencies as soon as The Crew shuts down. Now that may sound kind of mild, but this approach has teeth. Remember how loot boxes got banned in Belgium? That's because people contacted their consumer protection agencies. Or hey, you know how you can refund games on Steam? That's kind of recent. You didn't used to be able to do that. Well, that's thanks to people contacting the Australian Competition and Consumer Commission. They sued Valve, which forced them to offer refunds, and the market was forced to adapt.
Wait, they actually didn't offer refunds? I didn't know that about Steam. That's fucked up.
Yeah. Yeah, it was like a big deal when they first started offering refunds. It was like a big news story. And like it turns out they didn't just do that out in a vacuum. They did it because of that Australian court case. So yeah, what he's essentially saying is like at least like where consumer laws are the strongest, like there's like a really good chance like they could side with the consumer, and he wants people to take action whichever country you're in.
Yeah, exactly. A singular event in one country can lead to a ripple effect in multiple countries, like what happened with Steam. I'm just not sure what I can personally do besides, at least right now, besides raise awareness, because I've never bought the crew. I just hate it when people invest their money in games and then it just goes up in smoke. Steam used to have a dog shit policy. Huh. I actually didn't know that.
Yeah.
I also don't buy a whole lot of games on Steam. I kind of just stick with the deals, and then I just never get refunds because I didn't pay much.
I bought the GOG version of Cyberpunk.
Oh, nice. GOG is based.
No regrets. Physical copy too, but with it's a technically a digital copy, but it's the DRM free. It's for the DRM free GOG.
Oh, nice.
This approach works. Or rather, it has overwhelmingly better odds of working than any other approach I know of. So the way I see it, my job is to organize everyone I can so that in April, as many owners of the crew as possible can file complaints with all these agencies. And that means I need to make it as easy as possible for everyone with simple instructions of how to do that. And on top of that, get as much publicity as possible so we can reach as many as we can on this. Now, what makes this a pain in the ass for me is every country has a different agency and different procedures. So I need to detail as many as I can and get it translated for the non-English speaking ones. So I need to do this for Australia, but also France, and Germany, and Belgium, and Norway, and Finland, and blah! Oh, and for the EU countries, in addition to national consumer protection agencies, there are also ones for the European Union as well. So the workload on this has been getting a little insane, but I'll do it. I'm going all in on this. I want us to hit on all fronts that we can. My goal here is to try everything I can to end the practice of destroying games. And this is the best shot I've ever had to do so I better take it. Then, once I've done all the research on how the whole damn world can contact our consumer protection agencies, or at least a big chunk of the world, I'll get an easy-to-access multilingual website set up that will walk everyone in every country covered through the process. I may make a how-to video for each country also, just in case. Although this isn't going to be every country, just ones that have a sizable market and strong enough consumer laws to potentially do some damage. And once that is set up, then come either late March or definitely April, I'm going to try and raise as much publicity as I can on this. Besides making a short and to-the-point video here, I will reach out to any relevant YouTube channel, media source, whatever, that I can to try and promote this action. I'll be able to keep the message simple. And that message is, if you own a copy of the crew, you can go to the website, which will have an easy-to-remember name, which I'll reveal later. It will tell you exactly what to do for the country you live in. You file the complaint, boom, you're done. You may have just saved gaming as we know it. So that's the core plan. But wait, I said I'm going all in, and I mean that. So that means looking at bonus options also. Now these will vary by country, but in talking to people who email me, one person said something that stood out to me. We were talking about the Australian Competition and Consumer Commission, and he said they won't pay much attention to individual complaints, even if they get a lot of them on the same issue. But a law firm contacting them with a formal complaint might. So in addition to getting people in Australia to contact the ACC, I'm looking into the possibility of getting a law practice to file a complaint with them in a professional capacity. That will cost money, but since they're just filing a complaint, that shouldn't be anywhere near the cost of a full lawsuit. So maybe I or we can swing that. I'll see. But then that got me thinking, what about
that may be the better option for them to take. Because I don't know how many active people there are that are invested enough to really push for a class action lawsuit. So it'd be hard to generate the funds out of pocket for that kind of thing. But a complaint would definitely turn heads.
Yeah, he's not finished.
Oh yeah, we're 6 minutes into a 40-minute video. That's short and to the point.
Yeah,
I'm looking forward.
I've seen this video before. To be fair.
Oh, okay. I have not pre-watched this.
Yeah, it's fair.
What about other countries? Is this just an Australian thing? Or we're doing the same thing in France, Germany, etc. help out also? I don't know. I need to figure that out. And speaking of which, another bonus option I'm considering is the vast majority of my audience is English speaking. But some of the countries with the strongest consumer laws are not. Their complaints could count a lot more than those of most English speakers. So it might not hurt to reach out to gaming YouTubers who speak different languages, like French or German especially. Additionally, if it's not too much and they were cool with it, maybe in April I could pay some of them to do a PSA in one of their videos to talk about this. It could be 10 seconds. They would just need to tell their audience if they own a copy of the crew to go to the website I'll have set up for easy instructions in their own language on how to act on this. That might help us get a lot more action than we would otherwise. And that kind of brings me to the weak spots. The plan is not complete. Here are the weak spots I'm seeing so far. The first I just mentioned. Will a law practice filing a complaint with a consumer protection agency carry more weight in countries besides Australia? If so, which ones? And can you assist me in getting in touch with a lawyer in that country who could do this? Maybe get a price estimate, that sort of thing. The second is, while I'm compiling instructions for every country, some I've received more help on than others. This is going to become dated as soon as I post this video, but here's roughly where I am at the moment. There's a few issues we need to improve here. The first is due to the number of countries involved, I've been trying to delegate research to native residents of each country.
I actually didn't see Canada in that list, so maybe I can be of some service here.
Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Yeah, watch further.
Okay, fair enough. I will have to look into this.
Country whenever possible. Because if the country's language isn't English, and most of them aren't, that automatically puts residents in a better position to research than me. However, not everyone has reached out, so we have a lot of gaps still. If your country isn't listed here, it either means I haven't received any help on it and I haven't had time to research it myself yet, or else the consumer laws where you live are likely too weak to be able to make much of an impact. It's probably just me needing more help though. I will appreciate any and all help along these lines. Even if your country is listed here, I would rather 5 people give me redundant information than not have enough info. That's normally not true with me, but in this case, more is better. Any European Union country I do not have listed here automatically means I simply need more info on what the procedures are. There is no reason not to have as many EU residents as possible participate in this, since EU laws can have some punch in this area. As for other countries, the 2 big ones I don't have here that may help are Canada and Brazil. I have no idea how strong either of those countries' consumer protection laws are. They're certainly big markets. If I get the info on what to do, or if I have time later to research it, they'll be added to the list. Since I have limited time, I'm trying to prioritize where we'll have the most impact. That's determined by strength of existing consumer laws, then game market size. I think the most important countries in this will be France, Germany, and Australia. And the EU is kind of an amorphous blob where smaller countries probably won't tip the scales by themselves, but collectively they add up. Oh, and the United Kingdom may be screwed. Someone was researching it and contacted the Advertising Standards Authority, and they said they have no jurisdiction and we would have to take this up with France. But maybe they could pass along the complaints? So everyone in the UK may be utterly and entirely powerless on this issue. I'm not sure. Stuff like this is why I'm making this video, so we can get some court.
Well, even people in the UK could still also, raise awareness on it, at the very least.
Corrections if anyone out there knows better what to do in all these situations. Because statistically, somebody does. Now this isn't as simple as just finding the Consumer Protection Agency and pointing people to a URL. I need to make this as close to a red carpet experience for anyone filing a complaint about the crew in April. That means having easy, step-by-step instructions everywhere we can. And also navigating all the subtleties of these different agencies ahead of time, so we're not sending people into dead ends or traps. For example, in Denmark, there's the Forbrugerklagenævnet, which could cover this situation, but the item has to have been purchased within 3 years and be worth at least about $158. Well, nobody paid that for the crew, and most buyers weren't in the past few years, so that's a complete dead end. So should I direct Danish people to the European Consumer Center instead? I'm not sure. That's just one example of dozens of situations like this. We need to blaze a trail for everyone, so complaining about Ubisoft to the correct authorities could not be easier in April. Even if we hit a dead end, knowing we have is useful information, because that means we should redirect our time elsewhere. Exhausting options is the name of the game. I just want to hammer every angle I can until it's a verified dead end or something goes through. And the final weak spot I'm seeing is I am not the master of publicity. It's dumb luck I have as large of an audience as I do. I've always prioritized trying to make my videos halfway decent over getting maximum exposure. I mean, hell, I still need to update thumbnails on my old videos. A lot of those are just automatically generated by YouTube. I've never liked having to do that crap. It's just sort of a necessary evil for me. But for once, this is a situation where I need attention on this. Just because I'll be trying to reach out to every channel I can on this in April, that doesn't mean I'll necessarily be the most effective. If media attention is your thing, maybe you have ideas on how we can get more publicity on this issue. And yes, I know this video is long, it isn't the most attention grabbing, but I'll have very short and clear messages on this for April. Plus, I don't need max publicity right now. I need it in a month and a half. Now, I may as well act as a spokesperson for the topic of destroying games, since I haven't seen anyone else step up to the same degree. But this doesn't even have to involve me. The important part is just getting people who own the crew to file a complaint with their agency come April. Though the caveat here, and I guess this is some foreshadowing, is European and Australian audiences are the priority. American ones, while they can help, maybe, are going to be way less valuable for this effort. So you need to go all Euro and Aussie on your promotion to maximize our chances. Anyway, if you think you can help with anything I've mentioned, please contact me. Don't assume I have everything taken care of. I'll be trying my best here, but this is a global campaign, so it'd be nice to have more hands on deck. A quick recap, this is the stuff I could use the most help with.
Just going to pause on that for a little bit.
Yeah.
Contact consumer protection agencies in your country, especially non-English ones. Contacting organizations in your country directly by phone or email to get advice/information on how to proceed with the crew. Contacting law firms in your country to see if they might be able to assist in the process. See if they can help/find out approximate fees. Publicity promotion for April. I can definitely help with that personally, but I am very limited by my audience. Translation help for non-English language. I cannot help with that. I only speak English. Other advice/assistance you think might be useful.
Now, not everyone's going to be able to help with this, but if you can, you might be what makes the difference between this being successful or not. We don't know. Remember, the crew is just the vessel for taking action here. If we have even a few victories, that could literally stop almost all games in the future from being destroyed. So let's try to do it right. And on that note, while the main push is in April, there are some things owners of the crew can do now. First, let's start with France. France almost has too many options for where to take this. It's a bit overwhelming. However, perhaps the most powerful one is French citizens can summon a legal mediator if companies refuse to resolve problems with them. It was added recently as a measure to prevent companies from walking all over people. This potentially has so
apparently
much power.
so.
Unfortunately, it all
Why can't everywhere be like that? Oh my god, that would make life so much better.
Yeah. And he goes into more detail.
also involves a few steps and could result in up to 2 months lag time. Hence why I'm encouraging people to start on this now. So here's a guide I've collaborated with for the first step. You simply need to write an official letter to Ubisoft expressing your complaint. Now, of course, Ubisoft will just tell you to go pound sand, but this is a necessary step for summoning the mediator who will have some legal power over this. So here, I'll walk you through the directions. Unfortunately, in English. I had 2 years of French in high school, yet I've forgotten almost every single thing. Je ne parle pas français. Okay, first, this is only for people who still have a proof of purchase for the crew. So,
I forgot a lot of
next,
Spanish.
write a letter to Ubisoft, but be sure to hit these points here. Your full name, date of when you purchased the game, and for how much. Tell them you learned about Ubisoft's plans to make the crew unusable starting in April. You find this surprising and completely unacceptable. Say it is surprising. This will help our legal stance. Even if you're as cynical as I am, technically that's not a lie. I mean, nobody really knew if it was going to shut down until December 14th. Say that you find this a violation of your consumer rights, and it might not hurt to mention the Code de la Consommation. Say you want the game updated or fixed so that Ubisoft support is no longer necessary. And finally, say that if you do not get a satisfactory answer, you will be contacting a mediator about this. Then you can go ahead and mail it at this address. Hopefully you can navigate the options to mail it. Oh, and since it's registered mail, this will cost 6.6 euros. But if you email me a copy of your receipt showing you mailed it, just ask and I will personally reimburse you. You will not have to spend anything on this. Additionally, if Ubisoft ghosts you and doesn't send a reply,
really
they can also send you a reminder after 2 months. So you won't have to remember anything either.
It just shows how
I'll cover all
committed
the
he is
next
to this
steps later on
cause.
and on the website I'll launch. Mailing Ubisoft is the important step for now. Do this and we'll be on our way to getting something done. Okay, so that's France for now. But there's a couple things other owners of the game can do to prepare for April. The first is contact Ubisoft and tell them you would like to continue running the game after March. Now, you know and I know this is pointless, but government bureaucracies do not know this, so we need to do it. First, you will have to log into your Ubisoft account. This address will vary depending on your language and region. The crew, select your platform, information and troubleshooting. I went with technical issues, I guess general information would work too. Then tell them you heard about the shutdown and you want to know how you can play the game without their support starting in April. They'll either email you later telling you can't, or they just won't reply at all and you'll get an automatic message saying they got it. Either way, save that email response and hold on to it. Because this is proof you tried to resolve the problem with Ubisoft, but they're being jackasses. You may need it in April when you contact your consumer protection agency. Hey, I've got mine. And the last thing you can do that may help, I'm not sure yet, is even if you don't have a receipt for the game, just make some proof you own the crew. This could be a photo of a disc, or a screenshot of your account name and the crew in it. You don't need to send me this, just hold on to it, just in case. They may disappear the game from your account later, who knows? And that about does it for now, for the international plans. I can say that if we keep up this momentum, especially in April, that by the end of this, Ubisoft will notice this on some level. I'm convinced this is the route towards any hope of us stopping companies from killing games. I would not be doing this if I didn't see an opening here. You're going to get my absolute best effort on this. I really think we have a decent shot. So let's do this and get ready for April. And with that framing in mind, now let's talk about the United States. Oh,
dun dun, dun.
My, what do I say here? Well, I've learned a lot recently. I guess let's start with what happened since the last video. One
Spoilers,
person was
no
able to
good,
get me in touch with the Electronic
very little
Frontier
good news
Foundation.
here.
It turns out they never got my emails. Go figure. They said they wouldn't be able to help, but then refer me to some attorneys who were also not able to help. Half of them didn't reply. One kind of told me what I already knew, but gave it to me straight. And I won't name names here, but one was actually a little worse than not helping at all. Since in the first email, they said, it's only partly a EULA problem. There are a host of other options for avid gamers to pursue keeping the game alive. A host of other options. Really? So me, wondering what the hell they were talking about, drilled down only to find out, no, they just made that up. And by the third email, I got a different line. There really are not any good answers to this problem. Yeah. I told you guys, false optimism is a pet peeve of mine. But lo and behold, I had a much better lead contact me just from watching the last video. Martin, the Florida lawyer. Martin dislikes this practice almost as much as I do and is personally motivated on it. Now, originally, he had a great plan to not do a class action suit since the scope of those are too large, but instead simply get one really solid client affected by the cruise shutdown, so the only damages will be for $60 or whatever they paid for it, then use that case to establish a precedent. Moreover, since he had an axe to grind, he was willing to take a shot at it for $15,000 and do the rest on contingency, knowing he would lose money on this. Now that sounds like a lot, and it is for most of us, but for a lawsuit, that is a bargain. That's like being able to buy a house for $15,000. And more importantly, that's a target we might have been able to fundraise for. Well, after talking with him, Martin did some more digging on his own initiative. He said he spent about a quarter of the day on this and ended up researching a lot of legal information for us. The bad news is that canceled his plans. I'll try to boil down why best I can. First off, I got some things wrong. In my Games as a Services fraud video a few years back, I still stand by pretty much everything I said there, except for the United States. I know now that I completely face-planted on that. Now, some people tried to tell me this back then, or even now, but the thing is, nobody backed it up. Well, one guy halfway did. I'll get to that in a bit. I talked to half a dozen lawyers, maybe 100 or so emails. Nobody told me the court case that established the precedent for this. Martin did. See, if I'm doubtful of something, I need the evidence to prove I'm wrong. Remember a few years back when everyone was getting sued by Warner Brothers for using the Happy Birthday song, and it was common knowledge that they owned the rights to it? Turns out they didn't, and they're being fined $14 million for doing that. That's why verifying this crap is important.
I didn't know about that. I knew Warner Brothers was being pissy about that, but I didn't know they were getting into lawsuit money over that.
Yeah, I kind of knew this.
So I'm going to explain my new understanding of U.S. law.
I knew this. This was before Zaslav took over. Yeah, they were claiming copyright ownership of that song. It's like the oldest copyright in the world. About time it expired.
Yeah, and well, it's Disney. They're going to fight tooth and nail to stretch that copyright as long as possible.
Yeah,
they were
and
not
also
happy about Steamboat Willie going into the public domain.
Yeah, they lobbied before to extend that copyright.
Oh, a lot.
Yeah.
And Games as a Service, the way I would if I was trying to convince myself from a few years back if I traveled back in time. I may still get some details wrong, but it's going to be a hell of a lot more accurate than before. Okay, so in that video, I talked about the distinction between a perpetual license and a subscription license. That still is an important distinction, but that's more of a big deal in other countries. See, the United States also has do whatever the hell you want licenses, which is what Games as a Service generally use. Now, the court case that really laid the mold for all this that frigging nobody told me about, or if they did, I really missed it, was ProCD versus Zeidenberg. The details aren't that important for me, but the important part is this is what established the law that largely governs software, where a lot of it gets handled by the Uniform Commercial Code, and it likes to defer to the end-user license agreement for almost everything. Now, there is some gray area here. I got that partially right, but it's not in a way that's helpful at all. Like, some gray area is whether software is considered a good or a service. That can vary. Also, on whether you're entitled to a refund within about 90 days of purchasing the software. There's some other complications too, but guess what? Ownership of your copy of the game is not one of them. The people saying you own nothing are correct. In the United States. Even if you have a physical copy of the game, under US law, all you own is the literal piece of plastic, not any of the data on it itself. If the EULA said you're not allowed to run the game anymore, then continuing to run the game would technically be illegal. Now, obviously, this kind of clashes with reality, since in real-world terms, of course you own a lot of your games. But under the law, you own nothing. Here, I need to dig up that old chart.
Oh god, it's just making me think, if you don't own the games you're buying, it's not piracy, right? Right?
Yeah. Absolutely insane. I'm an American.
I'm Canadian. Just to be upfront about
Hopefully
that.
there's no legal precedent that's similar to that one in your country.
I have no idea. This is something I do got to do a lot of looking into some more. See if I can provide any
Yeah.
resources for him.
I got this part all wrong. For the United States, forget games as a service. Do you own your game? I'm dividing this up between a game that has DRM that can't be circumvented, like The Crew, versus DRM that can be circumvented, or no DRM at all. Okay, that clears it up. So yes, in real-world terms, you probably own a lot of games. But in every legal capacity, Americans own nothing. Now, I am simplifying a bit. I say you own nothing, but it's all dependent on the end-user license agreement. I'm not aware of any off the top of my head, but I can believe there are EULAs out there that explicitly state that you own your copy of the game. Maybe Tux Racer? I don't know, I'm just guessing. What I do know is I'm betting about 0% of games as a service have EULAs that let you own your game. So for the United States, I got it wrong. I said games as a service is fraud. No, that's incorrect. In order for it to be fraud, you need to have rights. I should have titled it Games as a Service is not fraud because you have no rights. You mostly haven't since 1999, and you probably never will if you're in the USA. I guess that's a little wordy. But yeah, there's no fraud taking place if there are no rights. See, my confusion was I was looking at this from a consumer rights perspective, between a buyer and a seller. But that framing was all wrong. Under the law, it's more like we're animals. You can't defraud an animal, like a squirrel out in your yard. Under the law, it doesn't have any ownership rights either. I said before that EULAs are not legal documents, and while that's still technically true, they may as well be in the US. See, EULAs are a magical playground where companies can do just about anything they want if you install the software. Now, what I said about EULAs not being able to supersede actual laws is also true, but there's a very wide berth that the US gives license agreements. So it has to be really extreme before that kicks in. There is nothing about being able to own what you buy to supersede this. So they have a 6 ways to Sunday. The way Martin explained it to me is they could add a provision that they're allowed to kill your dog. And then when they came and killed your dog, you could try to fight that in court, but you would be on the defensive. The judge would not immediately press charges against Ubisoft as dog killers. Instead, you would have to try to make the case in court that the dog killing provision of your EULA went a bit too far and may run afoul of animal cruelty laws. So you would have...
Oh my god, this is that fucking human Sentai pad episode from South Park all over again.
Yeah.
Like, you think it's a haha out there funny joke, but it really sounds like that's the case in American law.
Yeah, thank goodness for other countries having stronger laws. Hopefully Canada does too.
That is... I'm gonna have to do a follow-up on that, honestly.
Yeah.
have to defend yourself of getting out of that provision of the contract. Not that the company would automatically be in violation of the law. And from the last video, remember that bit about some EULAs being unconscionable? Well, even if every court in the US agreed with that about not being able to own your games, it still wouldn't help, because that wouldn't compel Ubisoft or other companies to not destroy the game. At best, it would mean you're simply allowed to try to run the game after they kill it, which would still be almost impossible due to the encryption. You could win every court case on unconscionability, and it would do absolutely nothing for preservation of games. Martin had a few good quotes on this. This cannot be solved by a lawsuit. It has to be an act of Congress. The case law is bad. The precedent is bad. It is only video games where you have this hyper level of anti-consumerism. He also found a great reference if you want more reading on this. Rated M for Misleading is a short essay written by another pro-gaming lawyer detailing how bad the situation is. Now, this guy was focused more on the problems with pre-ordering and new releases, but it overlaps with the parts I'm most concerned with. And he backs up the law regarding this and puts it in plain English as to what the problem is. I'll link to it in the description. He has a lot of good quotes too. Video game publishers and developers will never have the reason, incentive, or motivation to market, build, and support a video game properly the first time around. No other American industry is given this much room to mislead consumers and then avoid responsibility for its mistakes. The solutions to the issues discussed in this article are not complicated.
Zio, I don't know if anybody actually did do that with their EULA. I think somebody had jokingly put in, like, you must make me pancakes. and then one person had just randomly sent them pancakes because they thought it was funny, but like it was always meant to be a joke.
Yeah. Wait. Wait. About that. This is as an aside, but Ross, he made a game dungeon about a game called Go to Hell, and he had like an anecdote about him working at a school with someone, and they decided to do something for Halloween. Like they did like a soul contract for. They did like a social contract in exchange for candy, and like people signed the contract in order to like get the candy, but in exchange they get the souls of those people. That's just that's like the long and short of it. It was like a joke kind of thing, from what I could tell.
That's wild.
Yeah.
But I guess it holds up in American law, huh? Was
Probably.
infringed? I cannot confirm nor deny, but it sounds wild enough to be true.
Congress must tackle the issue and provide consumers an additional method of protection, and courts should re-examine how they analyze EULAs. Now, this doesn't mean it's literally impossible to fight this in the US courts, but it's about as close as you can get. Since Martin's original plan got tanked, he was still trying to come up with legal gymnastics angles, like finding someone who bought the crew but didn't install it, hence not agreeing to the EULA. Then, if the plaintiff refused to accept the cash refund and demanded he receive the product sold, he might be able to have a case in that, but that sounds like such a long shot. And it's the sort of thing I would think a judge would be tempted to throw out as being frivolous, because in a vacuum, it kind of is. It's just the law has shut down every other avenue for trying to own a copy of a game you paid for. There are just no legal options. And if you need further convincing, while Pro CD versus Zeidenberg is not federal law, it became the law in its district, and every other district in the US positively referenced it. So it's effectively the law of the land now. So in theory, you could take this to the Supreme Court, but I'm going to save time and not explain why the odds of that being successful are so astronomically low, and instead just say that you probably have better odds of getting hit by a meteorite. So I'm about ready to declare the concept of game ownership fully and utterly dead under the legal system of the United States. And to be fair, I did a search through all my emails. There is literally one person who tried to tell me all this and back it up. He did not mention Pro CD versus Zeidenberg, but he did send me this document which had more legalese than my mind was processing at the time, and boom, there it is. Pro CD versus Zeidenberg in the footnotes. I wasn't enough of a lawyer to pick up on that, so I missed it. Oops. In my defense, that video has received over 1 million views, and only one person halfway told me about this case. So the basis for this was not common knowledge, even among lawyers. It is sheer dumb luck we received pro bono, high-quality research from an expensive lawyer to clear this up. I wouldn't have thought I would have been even able to afford this information. And yes, this sucks, but one of my lesser goals with trying to have a lawsuit was to lift the fog on the law regarding game ownership, because I thought it was a gray area. Well, mission accomplished. There's no gray area on this that matters. We own nothing. Even now, it feels schizophrenic talking about this, because objective reality is we own lots of games, but the law is saying we don't. Like if you have an apple in your hand and take a bite out of it, but then a lawyer or a judge says you're not allowed to own apples, you're simply being allowed access to them? Okay, yeah, that's not crazy at all.
My milk!
College humor, old days.
Really what we're seeing is companies finding ways to enforce their dreams of non-ownership, which largely weren't possible in the past. Now they are. Wonderful. Ironically, I'm not even sure if non-subscription always online games even existed when this ruling was made. So this is kind of like restricting air travel laws before the balloon was
That was the episode I was talking
bad
about earlier.
law, and it was already set by the time I was in high school. Maybe before some of you were even born. Well, again, sorry I got all this so wrong in my Games as a Services fraud video. I did try. I thought we had rights. My bad. I didn't mean to take everyone down this rabbit hole, including myself. I'll try to make up for it by having the biggest campaign I'm aware of to internationally stop games from being destroyed in April.
Briley, I recommend watching after the end credits.
Okay, good to know. What was I going to say? I'm the type of person that would rather go down this type of rabbit hole and then find out what we actually do or do not have in terms of like consumer rights. Because then we know how we can properly argue for, rights.
So, since under US law we're basically animals, where do we go from here? Well, I'm only seeing two possibilities left for the United States before I declare it hopeless, and only one of them involves not being a millionaire. So there's really only one option left to try before we're checkmated. I am not giving this good odds at all, but I really can't see any downside to trying it either. We'll do what I'm trying to get done globally, which is contact our Consumer Protection Agency come April. In this case, the FTC. This is a long shot, but I don't see this as impossible. Martin did mention a case where the FTC sued Sony for false advertising on the Vita, but considering how that was hardware, I'm still not too hopeful. I mean, on some physical copies of the Crew, it does say expires January 1st, 2099, but that could also be a dead end. Because not only did it not say that on digital copies, but I'm guessing if they did get fined for that, then the only thing that would come of it would be they simply don't put that label on games in the future. So that would still do nothing to save games. I don't care about fining Ubisoft for its own sake. I only want fines if they directly lead to action preventing future games from being destroyed. And I don't think that 2099 label will do that by itself. Anyway, Martin says there are certain points I can coach people on that will make the FTC pay more attention to this than the average complaint would otherwise. I'll be sure to go over those later once I get them. So we may as well take our shot in April just to close the book on this. If we give our best effort to contact the FTC, and I think we'll be able to get a few hundred people, but absolutely nothing comes from that, then we will know the issue of preventing games from being destroyed is impossible under US law. Then I will have learned my lesson and cease pursuing any legal efforts on games in the US whatsoever because it is utterly hopeless for animals like us. God bless America. However,
as much as I really, really want to huff the hopium and win this, so to speak, I'm gonna be real. I don't see good odds. I just hope something good can come of this, especially if we get enough people rallied behind it. Because, I mean, sure, not a lot of people care about the Crew. There's a lot of people that care about video games. There's a lot of people that would be real mad if their video games were taken away.
Yeah.
Track posting on the EU and Australia. I definitely agree there. Yeah, not looking too good for a political future of America. This is very true.
Yeah, true.
You're having high hopes, Joestar? Well, I'm glad you got them high hopes. Keep them up for all of us.
I have a lot more hope for like other countries because those have ripple effect towards worldwide depending on the country. Yeah.
the other option, which could work, but I'm not even considering because it's simply unaffordable, is lobbying. Maybe I'm too cynical, but my perception is that laws get changed based on what interests with money want in the United States, not by popular demand.
Whoa, why didn't I think of that? Just have money.
Yeah, the problem with that is like
it costs
there's some
so
there is a
much to do lobbying.
Yeah,
but it's probably the most effective thing.
I don't even know if I agree with that because the bigger corporations are gonna always outspend and out lobby you. So even this is a long shot, in my opinion.
I mean, yeah,
even if he's a millionaire.
I was making the broader point that lobbying as compared to like a class action lawsuit or a consumer complaint or something like that, I forget. The lobbying itself would be the most effective thing, even if we wouldn't be the most influential there, but it would still be way more effective. Because like that has the potential to actually change the law, which is what we want. Because right now we just gotta work within the law.
It's just a coincidence when that happens.
I'm against like the money and politics system in general. I think there should be laws prohibiting that in general, so everyone has a level playing field.
I agree. People should, if you're working in politics, you should be not making corporate money. I don't know why that's allowed. It's just fucked up.
There is that famous
Yeah.
Princeton study on Congress that kind of agrees with me. So that means it's not literally impossible to change this, but it is impossible for anyone who isn't a millionaire or else has serious inroads with millionaires to fund it. So that might happen eventually, but it won't be because of anything I'm doing or can influence. It's kind of like trying to predict when an earthquake is going to be. It could be soon, it could be never. I mean, if there are any Scrooge McDucks out there who do want that to happen, I won't turn them away, but I'm not making any plans on that. I don't plan my life around winning the lottery either. And speaking of funds, I'm undecided if there will be a fundraiser now, since the main expense was going to be hiring a US lawyer, but Martin from Florida just saved us a hell of a lot of money on that front. It all depends on if we have enough activities to warrant having one, and it's pretty much all going to be for activity outside of the US. So far I have potentially paying for an Australian lawyer, and maybe paying for some mentions on German and French gaming channels, all of which are still up in the air at the moment. I'm still willing to fund several hundred of this out of pocket, but I need more details. I won't have any fundraiser unless I know about how much we need and exactly where it's going. So again, feel free to give feedback if you know how to best allocate something like that. So that is where things stand in the US. As you can see, things look so much more promising on this issue abroad than in the United States, where it couldn't be much worse. But remember, we don't need a win in the US to win this war. We just need to make it more expensive to destroy games in other countries than not. Now, I would end it here, but since it's an update video, I wanted to follow up on a few things before I go. The first thing, I've said this before, but there's a particular comment about what I'm doing that keeps popping up like some sort of weed. Feel free to timestamp this part if you see it again. I've seen comments before of people saying something like, "This is ridiculous. You can't expect companies to keep running the servers forever." Let me be really clear here, guys. I am not now, nor have I ever advocated for that in any way.
I'm laughing because I got one of those comments on my last video.
I think what's happening
Oh,
is the
same.
propaganda
I
from
have,
the industry has
I have
been
an
so
anecdote after he explains everything here.
Okie dokie.
effective that younger people literally don't understand how aspects of games work now. So let's go over this quick. I think the problem is some people see an online-only game and only see two options. The first is to host the game forever. Yeah, that is unreasonable and unrealistic. I agree. So the only other option they see is shut down the game forever. Well, if that's your entire worldview for online games, option 2 sucks, but it's the only realistic option, right? Oh, but wait, what's this? What's this? Option 3. Patch the game to enable local hosting. This is what I'm advocating for. I honestly don't blame younger people for not knowing this option exists.
Is people talking about game development when they don't know about game development or how programming works? Oh,
Yeah.
it's not that hard to do. These companies just make it the live service so that you feel pushed into that position and then you squeeze out all the money for them. God damn it.
Yeah.
It's how the majority of online games work from the 90s to the mid-2000s. When a company does this, the game is safe forever. You know how Epic delisted and shut down the servers for a lot of the Unreal Tournament games a year ago? Well, Unreal Tournament, 2003, 2004, have had their central servers shut down, have no more support from the company, and yet you can still play them all online with other people today. I know, this is witchcraft to a few of you. Now you might be saying, yeah, but those are small arena games with only up to 64 people. True, but hey, remember how Blizzard released World of Warcraft Classic? That's because so many people were illicitly hosting an entire MMO.
Yeah.
Because a server emulator was made for the game and was so popular it was giving them actual competition. So people have been privately hosting games with thousands of players online at the same time on their own without any intervention from the company for years.
And then they come in and crush them. Rip Nexus, wow.
Except for really fringe scenarios, it's just propaganda to think that companies can't let people do this anytime they want. For some games, doing this is a very easy transition. For others, it's much harder, but that's all the publisher choice. And it's all kind of irrelevant because they're always just excuses. Allowing the customer to host the game when support ends is such a fundamental aspect of an online game that it honestly feels insane to me when people...
Didn't Blizzard retroactively update existing copies of Warcraft 3 to make them online only at one point? That one I don't know about. I thought it was they did the remaster and then you couldn't play the original version anymore.
The original versions are still, you can still play them if you like pirate them. They're not relying on an essential server.
But like
the way
when you get them through the BattleNet launcher, which is what Blizzard forces you to use, it gets
At least there's a version of the game in that case that is that doesn't require. That's not a lot of. There's a lot of other games that require a central server and that aren't as lucky in that front.
Yeah, and then they could just add a little bit of code, and you can locally host it.
Yeah.
People don't understand this. Hey, you know what else is important to a game? You know how a lot of games want you to press a button to start? Most people agree that is important to work. What if you pressed a button and nothing happened? Would you accept excuses from companies that they couldn't fix that? No? But wait, what if they said it was a lot of work to fix that because of how they coded the game and they weren't lying? Then would you accept their excuses? Or would you just call them a bunch of clowns? It's the exact same principle, guys, just coming from the other end. I'm sure people will make that comment again in the future about me wanting companies to run their servers forever, but hopefully this beats it back a little bit. Oh, and I'm only giving a free pass to younger people saying that, because if all you've ever played is Fortnite or Roblox, then yeah, you wouldn't know this. But if you're in your mid-30s or older making comments like that, then you're a clown and should know better. Not that I have a problem with clowns per se, but do you have to clown this hard and right here? Maybe you do. Alright, just a couple more things. I realized after the previous video, when comparing the Crew to the Crew 2, the Crew 2 actually removed content. Yeah, somebody made a comparison video showing entire small towns disappearing from the original game. Wow, that sucks. So I think that means the Crew is still the second largest driving game ever made, since it has more to drive on than the sequel. Oh, and on that City Synth video I showed last time, some didn't understand that this was generated from 2D footage. This is why I'm so optimistic on AI. Because yeah, we might really be able to rip assets from video effectively on the scale the Crew needs in the future. And by coincidence, I recently ran into a project where somebody recreated some Need for Speed 3 tracks inside Unreal. This is kind of what I've been talking about. Now I'm assuming this didn't have any AI involved, he probably just ported assets straight out of the original game. So think this, except using AI to rip assets from the game or even just from footage. If we were to fail on every legal front internationally, then stuff like this will literally be the only option left for game preservation. We're on a weird timeline. Okay, that's it for now. I'll have another update later if it's needed. Otherwise,
yeah, like I'm gonna keep playing the video, but like with something like the Crew, if nothing can be done of it, the only way to potentially play it after it gets shut down would be to have somebody actually crack the game and then set it to local hosting. But what are the odds somebody's going to do that? And you'd have to rely on that for like every video game going forward. Or they could just produce it in-house that way, but no, they don't wanna.
Yeah.
This guy seems like he has a pretty practical plan. I definitely agree. He seems to know what he's talking about.
Guys,
Yeah.
we're gonna hit back on this in April. The question is how hard. Let's make it hard. See ya.
I do like it hard.
After credits.
Wait a minute, Minecraft supports private servers. Okay, I take back what I said. Young people don't have an excuse to not know about local hosting. None of you have an excuse. You should all know better. The end.
True. True, PogChamp.
Yeah. Okay, now to the anecdote I wanted to say regarding this. Yeah, surprise, surprise, it has something to do with VR chat.
Just remember, we're on YouTube. Can't get too spicy.
Yeah, it's not like that. So yeah, I'm trying to remember the bear with me. So like there had to have some backstory about like a VR chat about like a controversy for that happened in VR chat like I think a year and a half ago, approaching 2 years ago. They VR chat was like implementing easy anti-cheat and the downside to that, the intended effect of that is like to prevent like people from ripping avatars and such and like crashing people. But the effect the like another like an unintended effect of it was like it disabled even like legitimate mods that people use for like things like quality of life improvements and people that need it, as in like quality of life improvements, like things that weren't even in the game until like after the backlash, but also things for like disabled people that they need accessibility options that mods allowed, but were like disabled with this update, and like it was a really bad backlash. So they had to they didn't remove easy anti-cheat, but they had to backtrack in like other ways, like giving people features like they didn't usually used to have. Like for instance, this flying drone wouldn't more than likely would not be there, or at the very least be as quickly implemented if there was no like backlash.
Yeah, public backlash does excuse me, does tend to start fires under them.
And in the aftermath of it, like something I think should have like had more backlash, in my opinion, was like there was like a server emulator for VRChat that someone was developing, and then the VRChat people like cease and desisted that once they got wind of it. Like even though it might have been necessary to preserve the game if it were to shut down, and like if it were to shut down. So yeah,
It's
it's
shitty that's always a risk, especially when there's people always trying to get, or there's always somebody new. It's like, I'm just starting to get into VR chat, and part of me is wondering, maybe I should just go over to chill out VR.
Yeah, that's what people did, but like it didn't really last. Yeah.
Yeah, it seems people are tending to stick with VR chat.
Yeah. And Chill's not immune to this either. Like they're also based on a central server, as far as I know. So it's a problem with them too.
VR chat does have some chill people. Oh, absolutely. And some very frustrating people.
Yeah. And case in point, like I was I was surprised about how many people defended that cease and desist. Like I was arguing on the grounds of preservation, and they were making semantic arguments like VRChat isn't a game, it's a platform, it can't be preserved. Does not sound like a distinction without like a difference? Yeah, because they're trying to argue like VRChat is like the entire internet when it's not.
Wait, some people's bubbles are VR chats the entire internet?
Like they're saying that it cannot be preserved, even though like there was a server emulator effort that got cease and desisted.
Yeah, literally everything we make can be preserved digitally. Like all of our digital media.
Yeah, yeah.
It's so frustrating.
And one person was like defending it on the grounds of like it's a platform, not a game. You cannot be reserved. And I don't think that's a distinction without I think that is a distinction without a difference, in my opinion.
Yeah, like
And the thing, and I
it has
also
game elements to it, and then it also just has social media platform elements to it. Some people
Yeah.
just use it to talk with others in what feels like a more personable way. Some people will just use it
Yeah.
for the games and the immersive experience.
And yeah, you don't need it to be relying on a central server to have that. It can be
Yeah.
like decentralized, like, and people can run it off of local hosting.
Yeah, like the way it used to be for online gaming. I remember playing
Yeah.
Halo on the PC back in the day, like Halo 1. That one where you had to find lobbies to join.
Yeah.
Unironically, it was easier to make friends through Halo 1 than Halo 3.
Yeah.
Because like
Also,
you find maps that you like and you go to them a little more regularly, and then you start becoming friends with people. You never see people again in matchmaking in Halo 3 or Infinite, whatever the new
yeah.
one is.
Also, I lost my train of thought for a bit.
Sorry about that.
You're fine. Yeah, I also clipped Ross's Games as a Services fraud video, like the last section with all like the arguments, including the you can't run the game forever. Like, you can't expect for them to run the servers forever. And it had the counter argument of, I'm not trying to get them to run it forever. I'm trying to get them to give the people the means to run it themselves. They don't need to support anything. And like people like defended like
They just don't
yeah,
care
and
and they
they
want to
still
piss people off. That's a lot of
yeah
the people, or a lot of the vibes I get from the people that are like
yeah
pushing back against Accursed over this.
yeah. Also related to this, I was also debating this over on another Discord server and like a channel like dedicated to it, to like the AC thing, and I brought up the cease and desist, and like this, and I said like, I don't know how people can overlook this. This should be way bigger of a
Yeah,
controversy
people should be
because
raising more of a fuss about this.
because it concerns the existence of the game itself, the existence of the game itself as a whole.
Yeah, and we can use this to set a precedent for future events.
Yeah.
Like, if you're going to shut down this live service that people are invested in, look at what's going to be, or look at what will happen.
Yeah.
Make it available for local hosting. Oh my god.
Yeah. And then they're also giving excuses for like they like people can just easily make a server emulator. It's easy peasy. It's not easy peasy. Otherwise, we wouldn't be having this discussion. And then Ross mentions that in the Games as a Services fraud video. That's the point he makes. It's not easy. It's not reasonable. It's not like a reasonable chance to repair the game.
Yeah,
Like
no,
he
they just don't
wants
like hearing the arguments about it, so they just want to shut things down.
yeah, and like the like to like support their point, they try to use like open source ports of games that never required a central server in the first place, and like they were not listening to what I was saying. And like another argument I encountered is like, oh, there's proprietary licenses. They can't preserve the game. It's too hard. proprietary licenses. That you can't. They can't do that. Like it's another cop out. Of course they can do that. They're the ones that acquired licenses in the first place. So if those licenses, when those licenses break down, they can use that time to give people a reasonable chance to repair the game, or like make it patch it to enable like local hosting or offline play or anything like that, or at least refund people.
Oh, absolutely. Like, what was I going to say?
And a lot of the licenses I think they mentioned is are like Havoc, which is it's not really relevant unless it's like the relevant like code I'm mentioning is like the on the server side. Yeah. In order to like have that information, enough information to run the game locally. That's all we're asking.
Like, what I was going to say a bit ago was that I will say it's not as easy to make it or to change the programming of a game to be like running off of local hosting servers. It's not exactly like one line of code and then you're done, but it's also not like rocket surgery. It is definitely possible to do, and the big
on their end, it's not
variable-
it's not rocket surgery. On
the big
consumers'
variable would be
end,
how complicated they made their server code
yeah.
itself. So like,
it's also the encryption.
mhm.
Yeah. And
So it's something that honestly
people,
developers should be keeping in mind. For like,
yeah,
we want to have this as a subscription service for for as long as possible, but then when we can't milk every cent and dime out of it, we might as well let people that are still enjoy it without any cost of our own. Just let them host their own servers.
Yeah.
They can still think of us positively. They can still have their game. There's no community outcry.
Yeah.
I just don't know why they don't do it.
Yeah, it's because like it costs only a little bit of money and time and effort to do, and like killing it takes no effort at all.
Yeah, I'm really leaning towards they're just ghouls and don't like people to have happiness.
Yeah. And what was I gonna say?
I think it was a thing. That's helpful.
Lost my train of thought again. Sorry about that.
Oh, it happens. It has happened to me more than once.
True. I'm League of Hobbies that plays are the only reason we have a bunch of Shakespeare, if I remember correctly. The future of people will. Yeah. That's true as well.
I can't confirm that directly, but it lines up with already the stuff that I've kind of figured out, I guess, with growing up and becoming an adult.
Yeah.
Where there are definitely things that we have today that were illegally produced back in the day, and like copies made of like, what was that pamphlet? What was it? It's something about gay people, like way back in the day. I'd have to go diving for it. But like that was illegal when it was made, and then I believe it was replicated, so that would be illegal copies. I don't even know if you can get your hands on the or a replica of the document itself these days. I could not find it myself when diving into it before. But I have seen like there have been other pieces of documentation that we do have that reference that the existence of like the pamphlet of the gays. But that's like a complete side tangent.
um.
But I think that kind of wraps up my thoughts regarding legacy media, preservation of games. Anything else you'd like to include?
Hmm. Yeah, I kind of lost my train of thought.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah, but yeah, this is such an important issue for me. Yeah, and I wish like the narrative wasn't like spun, like to make people like believe that like the like games cannot be preserved. When they can be like sometimes very easily, sometimes not. Like
I get that. Also, have a good sleep,
hmm.
Al. Thanks for stopping by, and it's been good to hear from
Good
you
night,
again as well.
Al. Good night, Al. And
Yeah, there's
yeah,
a lot of people that just
games that like require like a central server, they don't need to die. Like
yeah, they don't actually need to run off of a dedicated centralized server. It's just
yeah,
what
they
people are being sold.
yeah, and yeah, the thing is they can't like they what was I gonna say? Game
At least you can.
there are like plenty of the I think I remember now like it's like it's not really reasonable to assume like that the argument that people were making against me is like it's really easy to they're making it like it's easy peasy for people to make a server emulator without like the service like any like thing to go on when a game shuts down when it's really not it's rocket surgery for the people that enjoyed the game
Yeah, like
and had it shut down.
for the average
Yeah.
person, they just lose that game. For your average furry, sure, they could probably
Yeah.
program an emulator. I
Yeah.
kid, but holy shit, there are a lot of furries in the IT.
Yeah. Also trans people.
There's also like a large overlap between furries and trans people.
True.
Like the two biggest groups in the furries that I know of, it's trans people and gay cis men. And those are like the two biggest parts of the furry communities. At least out where I am.
And also yeah, it's like the server software is with the developers, so it's should be a lot easier for them to just mock up a server emulator. But there's like they make constant like excuses not to. When it's not it's reasonable for them and not for us and I hope it's obvious why.
Because they're ghouls.
Yeah, and That's all I really have to say about that for now. Oh, oops.
Small.
It's the app the field of view on the camera.
Oh, it's
And
a
then
sensitive change.
yeah, I accidentally pressed the trigger button on my
Oopsie.
controller. So yeah, that's all I really had to say.
Well, thank you for joining me.
Thanks so much for having me here. Can't wait for the segment to come up to be uploaded.
Honestly, I have a backload of content right now. I have no idea when this video is going up, but I kind of think the sooner the better. Though
I understand. No rush.
definitely going to be talking about it more in April. See what else we can do.
Yeah, I hope to be there when that happens.
But yeah, feel free to shout yourself out. Plug anything you'd like to before you head off.
Hey, I'm Nessie. You might find me on Twitter under the name and at Nessie Thick. Mwah. Good night.
Alrighty, take care.
I'm not going right now. I'm just saying that at the end of the segment.
Oh, fair enough. And stopped recording. I think I'm gonna include that for like the end of the segment.
Okay, now I'm probably gonna go. Thanks so much for having me here.
Thanks again
I
for
was glad
joining
I was
me
able to.
and letting me know
Yeah, I'm glad
about this. Like, holy shit.
Yeah, I'm glad I was able to have like insight. I give you like insight in this.
It was
One thing I should
appreciated.
one thing I should have mentioned is like Ross like as of a Curse Farms, he does like monthly monthly like fan chats like where he asks fan questions and like I asked him about the VR chat like cease and desist and like the on the server emulator and he's like he was real largely like yeah that like, it's preservable at least partly and like there a lot of argument like a lot of people don't want to listen to the arguments of uh that it's not because like it's their favorite game and like they don't want to like hear bad things about it. The thing is though I like this game too. That's why I want it preserved.
Yeah, because nothing is permanent, nothing lasts forever. And we might not be able to preserve every bit of user generated content on VR chat, but we can preserve the engine that it is.
Yeah. The argument is something versus nothing. That's one of that's what he Ross brings up in one of his previous videos about this subject.
Yeah, I definitely think it's better to have something instead of nothing.
Yeah.
Wild that that's controversial.
Yeah. And and someone else coincidentally asked about the AC drama, and he answered that after.
Wait, the AC drama?
EAC, the easy anti-cheat drama for chat.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and he was like, he was on my side. That was not a good move, and like there should have been like a more of an everybody wins thing. Like
Yeah, like I get wanting to prevent malware and stuff from leaking into their games, but to outright ban
Yeah,
all mods altogether, not a good
yeah,
look. Especially for a
yeah,
platform that promotes it as you can create your own content for here, just not
yeah,
mods.
yeah. Yeah, the vast majority that were affected by that were legitimate mod creators. The more malicious people bounce back after a while.
Yeah, they tend to keep
It
quiet.
was a in my opinion at the time, it was like a band-aid solution.
Yeah, I think I get that.
Okay, yeah, now I'm going for real this time. For
Alrighty,
realsies.
take care.
Good night. Thanks for having me.
Thanks for joining
Mwah.
me, and I'll see you in
Good
VR
night.
chat sometime.
Hey, me too. Good night, chat, as well. Mwah. Gonna pose.
End on a nice pose. Okay, talk to you later. Before I get too
Me
distracted by
too.
what you can do.
Oops. Good night.
Nighty night. Boop. Okay, now I got some other stuff I can get into. Also, I'm definitely going to be plugging Nessie in that video coming out. Okay, I got to run to the bathroom real quick. And then I'm going to see what I get into. Probably one of the shorter segments. Yeah, that was a nice segment. One of those hour-long podcasty vibe segments. I need to get more people on stream, honestly. Anyways, I gotta BRB real quick. Okay, I'm back. The model catch up with tracking. I'm gonna jump into a Twitter bit. Going to get a little bit into some of the VTuber drama, but not jumping into the meatier stuff just yet. Now, do I talk about billionaire content? Filling in segments longer. I'm gonna go into Kanto. Howdy. So, a little while ago, a tweet came across my timeline, and some things caught my eye, some things raised an eyebrow, and some things really bothered me. It was essentially just a vent post where they spoke vaguely on a instance that had allegedly happened on stream, but then when I and another person took a gander at the VODs, we couldn't really see it happening in the recent stuff, so I don't doubt something like this happened. I just need proof, or at least reasonable proof for things. But anyways, we're going to take a look at the vent post. So Kanto here made their vent post. This is rare for me to even type. I don't even start drama, yet these VTubers keep starting shit with me. Right, trigger warning. Sexual harassment. Now, I believe Kanto is a dude tuber. I didn't know the guy existed until this tweet came across my thread or across my timeline. Got sexually harassed 2 days ago on stream. A female lewd tuber decided to enter my chat with her friends and do exactly that. They requested that I do stuff with my voice for them, which I denied with a "your mom" joke. I replied with a joke to simply cue that to them that I wasn't comfortable and could let them move on without embarrassing them. When someone responds with a joke to your request, it generally just means no, which her and her friends took things negatively. Now, they have two options after being cued that I'm not comfortable. Respectfully back off from asking more questions or play victim. They start turning themselves into the victim, and that they are uncomfortable with the "your mom" joke. Meanwhile, their Twitter and VODs have images of their melons and pussies hanging out with streams doing 18 plus shit. And unfortunately, no sources. At least not in this thread or from what I saw. I also didn't DM the dude because I don't fucking know. Plus, if it did happen where people are actually sexually harassing them, I'd rather not rub salt into wounds, but it's hard to say. It's so hard to say. After a good 30 minutes of back and forth arguing with my 1v3, me arguing with her friends, they hit me with an ending message of "do better" after they start shit in my stream. Ask me for a voice request I didn't want to do, bring their friends into my chat, send their viewers to my chat, play victim simply because I don't want to do any voice stuff for them. Want to know what their argument was? You have a deep voice tag, quote unquote. Just because I have a deep voice tag does not fucking mean I'm willing to do stuff with you. People who know me, viewers that know me, knows that I'm not comfortable ever with these types of shit. Your entire existence disgusts me. It's fucking weird and creepy how you and your friends decide to gang up on me simply because I was not comfortable and complying with your requests. It's fucking disgusting how you decide to DM my non-mod viewers to unban you and call me daddy in DMs. It's fucking disgusting how you attempt to play victim after showing zero respect and boundaries in my own stream. Not only after I banned you 3 creeps from my channel, you send your viewers to insult me. Are you okay in the fucking head? You 3 have 10 to 40 concurrent viewers. and you decide to do this shit towards other streamers, anyways, as you told me before, do better. If you are that fucking lonely and deprived, get a boyfriend. Thanks for reading. Now, there is enough detail in here to really make me think that maybe some shit actually did go down here. It's not out of the realm of possibility that there are pieces of shit people that will hear one aspect or see one aspect of a person and then just kind of start gooner brain taking over. But holy shit, temper your expectations. Read a room, learn who you're talking to. For fuck's sakes. Now, I'm leaning towards that this possibly did happen, but my biggest issue is this is not tame shit. If it's actual sexual harassment, name them, call them out, don't just beg tweet about it, because all this kind of post really does is just bring attention to you and starts building up that fucking pity party. But what I would much rather do is have problematic behaviors like sexual harassment called out directly. Point out who is doing the bad so that people can publicly shame them. So they don't do that bad anymore. I don't know why that's such an issue for some people. I mean, I guess I don't want to be involved in drama. Well, crimes aren't drama, dude. It's like, I know I'm arguing against a straw man right here, and I don't know what that VTuber actually is going on in their head. I can never know. It's just, I want to be sympathetic. I want to hear out, I do try my best to hear out the victims, but I need something to go with. And we're fucking public figures. We're streamers. We're VTubers. If this was on a stream, I need the clips. Because, like, otherwise, it does stay in the realm of internet drama and doesn't go beyond people making assumptions. And with a vague tweet, people will make the worst assumptions and they will jump to their conclusions. That is true. They probably don't want to start drama, I guess. I'm not sure why they aren't calling them out. Well, that's problem. A big part of the problem is the conflation of crimes and drama. Like, people will refer to any sort of conflict on Twitter as drama, whether it's this VTuber looks like another VTuber or this VTuber is a pedophile. Some people will call it all drama and then just ignore it all and try to brush it all off. Oh, it doesn't actually affect me. That's drama. I'm a cozy streamer. And then, you know, the people that engage in that type of behavior hang out in their communities. Oh, we don't want to hear about drama. It's like, what? You're telling me this person in my community has been sexually and emotionally abusing other people? That's giga cringe drama. Miss me with that shit. And that leads to even more Twitter callouts. Oh, it's so wonderful. They call out bad shit. It's not drama to call out harmful behaviors. And frankly, I think it's harmful to do this kind of vague tweeting. So please, if you feel the need to call something out, name them. For the sake of everybody, name them. Because if you got proof that they've been doing this thing, like, you're saying they sexually harassed you in the stream, pull up a clip of that, call them out, and warn other people that, hey, this is the type of behavior that that person engages in. Just a heads up. That's not drama, in my opinion. Drama would be all the Twitter arguing about, like, that's not sexual harassment. You're a guy. Guys can't be sexually harassed. They're always into it. All that type of bullshit, which I personally don't believe. Anybody can be sexually harassed. Not everybody is always into stuff. You got to be real careful with who you get super flirty with, and sometimes who you even get somewhat flirty with. Why it's real important to please read a room before you start horny posting. Oh my god. Even if you have a reputation as the lewdest Vtuber who ever wrote a dick, if you're in someone else's stream, you abide by their stream rules. That's just, how is that not common knowledge to people? They're like, main character syndrome. They think they can control any and everything, and it's got to always revolve around them. And God, I understand why people say they hate VTubers. Hey, I'm getting more notifications. Even lewd tubers need respect. Oh yeah, 100%. And there are like dude lewd tubers. Honestly, the majority of male lewd tubers that I've directly engaged with and spoken with have been the most respectful people that I've met, because they walk a very tight rope of, like, they want to be the daddy dommy type, but oh, you step out of line a little too much with that, you will be brought down hard, kind of thing. It's usually the sort of bigger lewd tubers. Honestly, I can't think of any off the top of my head that have engaged with that type of behavior, like going into somebody's stream and then saying, hey, use your daddy voice. I want to flick the bean to your daddy voice. I'm glad to say I don't personally know of any individuals who have done that. Yay, it's dinner time. Yeah, the stream's going to be going longer than I expected, so I'm going to be eating now. While I eat, we're going to be learning about what is woke. Oh, this is going to be painful and horrible and lovely. You guys ever hear the term of wokeness? Or being woke, or this thing is gone woke, or whatever? Now, I don't know the exact reasoning behind the people's minds of who unironically uses that word. To my understanding, it seems to really mean or refer to any sort of progressive thinking, any sort of inclusion of minorities to any degree. And I stumbled across a video titled "What is Woke? Here's an Idea." I glanced over the channel's other videos via thumbnails, and, well, I don't think they're a very progressive person. So we'll have to see where they go with this. So annoying when people keep repeating and antagonizing things when they think are woke, and keep repeating antagonizing things they think are woke. Yeah, I mean, we're about to dive into a 20-minute video of what is woke, and also trigger warning, these the frame is a gun in a mouth silhouette. So, not for the snowflakes. Doesn't even start off black screen. Just starts off with fucking this. Anyways, let's hear his totally reasonable and rational explanation of shit.
When it comes to the culture war or whatever between, the people on the right or the people on the left, conservatives and leftists and liberals, Republicans, all that shit, you see the term woke thrown around often. I will say the conservatives tend to do it a bit more, but the leftist reaction is honestly really fucking ridiculous. They pretend as though they have no idea what it means. They're like, oh, what does woke mean? You need to define woke. You know exactly what it's referring to, but it's easier for them to just, pretend they have no idea. Or the other reaction that they give is they say that it's a dog whistle or a buzzword that the far right uses for minorities and women and just gay.
Good to know that in the first 30 seconds I didn't use an argument that he is complaining about here. That's just nice for me to know. But I don't personally think it's like any sort of... I mean, I guess I can sort of see the argument about it being a dog whistle and anybody using that as like horrible people, but... I mean, I don't care that much. I dunk on it. I joke with the word. I think it's funny.
Gay people being there and existing. A perfect example of this actually is Communist Creeper. He did a video recently and he said this same thing almost verbatim.
By the way, woke doesn't actually really mean anything. It's a buzzword usually used by the far right to mean minorities and women.
Woke or wokeness is simply a term used to refer to the far leftist ideologies that are hell-bent and obsessed with identity politics and the pseudo-sociological talking points that they have.
Wait, what? What ideologies? Trans people existing? Gay people existing? Unironically, is it complaining that pushing the gay agenda, is that what we're doing? Yeah, personally I wouldn't use the term dog whistle to describe woke. Yeah, like, I can see where people are coming from when using that, or when like they say woke can be a dog whistle, but I just don't think it's like as red of a flag as like 1488.
Communist Creeper himself is a perfect example of this. How many people has he tried to baselessly accuse of being transphobic? Me being one of them, and it didn't turn out so well in his favor. A more specific example being last year during Nekokota and his tantrum over pronouns, where Communist Creeper did the exact same thing that crowd always does. If you call a man who thinks he's a woman man, which is not misgendering, they'll accuse you of misgendering and then try to...
Okay, so a person born as a man, identifies as female, or identifies as a woman, it's not misgendering to call them a man. That literally is transphobic. I can see why they called you that.
Reverse misgender you to give you a taste of your own medicine. God, the heinous fucking sin.
Would you like it if people just started referring to you as she/her? You probably won't.
I will say that's a fucking weak argument. They will never outright care. It takes a very, very long time of repeated, constantly use of that term. Frankly, I think you should just say, who is this clown? Because not only are you calling them a clown, you're also calling them not memorable enough to remember the name of.
Want it because it's wrong.
Oh my fucking god, he did the thing. He actually did it. He did the weird little tactic that the pronoun posse have that I talked about in a previous video.
Akumu, I am going to go around and say you are a non-binary squirrel kid.
Not too bright, folks.
And if you disagree and say you are not that thing...
I do find it really funny that this guy used George fucking Carlin, as if George Carlin would ever agree with this guy.
I'm just going to inform you that that is what you believe. and I have what I believe. Because, as we all know, the definition of belief is thing that cannot be criticized.
If you want to call me a non-binary squirrel, go right ahead. You have free speech. Now, here's the funny thing about your comparison and your talking point. First, your comparison is okay. We have one situation where some people refer to a male with female pronouns because he self-identifies as a woman. And people who disagree with
Yes, that's the self-ID model. My personal preferred model. Because, like, what does it actually matter? What does it matter if you call them he, him, she, her? In reality, the only thing that really makes a difference is to the person you're addressing, whether or not they have a nicer life. And I guess a lot of these people just don't care if more people have nice lives. They just want to live in their bubble. They want things to be set in the ways that they've always been set in when they, really haven't been set in that way. Because, like, non-binary people have existed for a very long time. Look up Universal Public Friend. Public with a K, by the way.
that refer to the male with male pronouns because he's male. Now you're comparing that to calling a male human a non-binary squirrel.
Not too fucking bright.
But I have a funny. Just like a male who identifies as a woman can be proven to be male, a human who identifies as a squirrel can be proven to be human. Now this fucking...
What's your point? Like, trans people, I guess I can only speak for myself. I understand there is, quote-unquote, biological realities. But what people like this don't understand is medical intervention does genuinely change that. Trans people actually experience periods. Many of us also lactate. Look up Nominal Naomi for more on that. Like, these people are just men and women, that's it. There's no gray area. And then when you start getting into gray area, they just say some wild shit.
Logic where, oh, you're going to refer to a trans woman as a man? Does that mean I can refer to you however I want? These arguments are extremely fucking stupid and extremely common. The most...
I mean, if you're not going to respect a person's pronouns, I'm just going to call you a cunt. I don't care about changing your label or anything. These people don't care about positions from identity politics positions. Those are cared about by the people on the left, not the right. The right just care about hurting the people they don't like, and I haven't been convinced otherwise.
Recent example is ironically from the Coping Coda video comment section. If I used she/her pronouns when referring to you because I felt like it, would you care? The argument that they're making is that because they believe trans women are women and trans men are men, and I am not using the proper terms, I am falsely or improperly labeling them, misgendering them. Now the reason I love seeing it, and it's one of my favorite things that the pronoun posse does, the herd mentality, the herd tactic, the herd rebuttal, is because they do it with such pride, as though it's a gotcha, as though they've got you...
Well, we are the pride movement.
...by the balls. They're giving you a taste of your own medicine. Now, Darkseid, who was a part of the LCC, even countered a similar talking point exactly to this in a large video criticizing the neo-commentary community.
And that's not me being a bigot. She, he, it, right here, only talks about there being two genders, so I'm gonna call him he because the customer is always right.
So you would have to call an actual tranny by their preferred pronouns, but an actual woman by a factually incorrect one?
They're not.
Gotta love the slur being left in. Really showing how you're the great people.
Not an echo chamber, guys, but they keep saying the exact same shit.
I don't care if I called you the wrong pronoun. Stop being such a snowflake. It's not a black movie!
Oh my god, when... You guys remember the fucking pronoun song? That was great. Good lord, this music's obnoxious. How long is this going on?
But since there's
Thank you. Yeah. Again, they don't care about if you call them the wrong pronouns. So why even bother doing that? Frankly, I think you should be more direct with it. You should call them ghouls. You should call them demons. You should say they don't care about anyone's happiness but their own. They're only in this to hurt the people they don't like.
apparently so many people that just don't know what the term refers to, let me give you an even greater idea outside of that.
Oh,
Calling
please
people
enlighten me.
transphobic for simply disagreeing with you and the notion that men can be women and women can be men, pushing for men to compete with women just because they think they're women. How
Oh, you know better than the Olympics? Please, do tell me.
about that Netflix show that's targeted for kids, Ridley Jones, where they have a baby cow identify as non-binary?
If I'm going to lead the herd, I want to do it as myself. After all, you always say to lead with your heart, right? Well, my heart says that the way I feel most myself is to go by the name Fred. That's because I'm non-binary, and Fred is the name that fits me best. And I also use they and them, because calling me a she or a he doesn't feel right to me.
What's the problem with this? Unironically, is it going to be you're pushing your gender identity onto kids and is inherently sexual, and we don't actually know anything about gender identities and sexualities? We're just going off of our fifis and not understanding anything relating to modern science. Also, let's just forget about Barnyard, where the main character was named Otis, a male cow with udders. Trans cow, you can't change my mind. Nobody gave a shit because it was, unironically, before the big culture war of trans people bad.
I didn't know that. No wonder you've been struggling. How could you lead the herd without being yourself?
Oh, okay, that's what really sets these people off. Seeing love and acceptance from parents to children.
Oh, I'm sorry I used the wrong name and pronouns. Thank you for showing me your heart.
How about another example? Another TV show targeted for children, Transformers Earthspark, where they have an auto...
Oh my god, it's a robot! How is it a biological male or female? Come on, dude!
bot identify as non-binary.
Unironically, what should non-sexual robots, like, they don't sexually reproduce that I know of. I gotta ask my friend about that one. But wouldn't they all be non-binary because they are neither male nor female? They are robots?
Switch.
Nightshade's pronouns are they, them.
He or she just doesn't fit who I am.
Not today.
How about...
Oh my god. The fact that he uses a Michael Bay clip to try and dunk on this.
Netflix's Dear White People, where in the show they claim that you can't be racist to white people.
The role of counterculture is to wake up the mainstream.
Okay, I will say this. I do think you can be racist towards white people. It's all coming down, or it all comes down to the same bigotry responses. I disagree with a lot of the left on this one. Transformers, right? Right? It's in the name.
I have furniture older than you. Counterculture? Is that what you think this is? Your little show?
What about my show?
The show is racist.
Black people can't be racist. Prejudice, yes, but not racist. Racism describes a system of disadvantage based on race. Black people can't be racist since we don't stand to benefit from such a system.
Your antics are making press, Sam. And press like this keeps men like President Fletcher up at night.
More milk?
He's building a file on you.
Okay, it's not my fault that your son couldn't beat me in an election.
Didn't anyone tell you black people cannot be racist?
Black people can't be racist.
And why is that?
Racism is an institutionalized thing. I don't think black people have set up institutions powerful enough to oppress other people.
For me, I refer to that as institutionalized racism. You can still have a day-to-day racism done between any two people as long as it's about the races they are. I don't like this argument. I'm gonna be real. Alrighty, thank you, Nessie.
I think I can be prejudiced, but I'm not racist.
I'm prejudiced.
I feel like I'm biased when it comes to white people, honestly, because I don't tend to give them the benefit of the doubt because they come into this world with so much privilege, and I need to work on that.
What about that?
I do. I forget what I was actually about to say. Like, what the fuck was I about to say? Jog my memory, please.
Institutionalized thing. I don't think black people have set up institutions powerful enough to oppress other people.
I think I can be prejudiced, but I'm not racist.
I'm prejudiced.
I feel like I'm biased when it comes to white people, honestly, because I don't tend to give them the benefit of the doubt because they come into this world.
Right. That's what I was going to say. Largely, it's a bunch of semantics, really. It's arguing over what words should mean what other words, when in reality we should be saying you shouldn't be treating other people like shit, regardless or not whether they have privileges or whether or not they have a different skin tone. Why can't we be consistent on this? And yes, everyone has their biases. I have my own biases against bigotries towards other people. Controversial stance, I know.
World with so much privilege, and I need to work on that.
What about that racial justice activist, Ashley Shackelford from 2017, who declared all white people are racist?
All white people are racist. So I put this up because I really want any white person in the room to know up front that this is what we're dealing with, that it's not going to be this coddling of white tears and what that looks like. We're not going to discuss, oh, maybe some of us have worked it out. No, you're always going to be racist, actually.
Now, if we take a
Okay, so one act of it, comment got disappeared for some reason? Huh. That's weird, because I haven't changed anything. Well, Angel Tail, I think largely the problem, at least to me, is you can be racist to people on a day-to-day scale, which I guess others would refer to as prejudice or bigoted, but then there is institutionalized forces that, yes, we do need to take into account, but we still shouldn't be allowing people to, advocate for the Kill White People party sometimes. That's where I'm coming from. I think it's largely a semantic thing, and we should all just be against bigotry towards other people. Wording sucks. Humans are faulty. We are goddamn chunks of meat powered by electrons running a meat space exoskeleton suit bullshit. We don't work 100% of the time. People get way too hung up on this shit.
Look at her board here. There's a couple of interesting words written on it. Diversity, intersectionality, minorities.
Also, everyone remember, anytime a single activist says literally anything, you can use that to ascribe to the entire parties or the entire sides justifications and beliefs and all that stuff. Nobody speaks for themselves. It's all the hive mind.
Equality and equity, people of color, safe space, white privilege, capitalism, and racism.
We're not going to discuss, oh, maybe some of us have worked it out. No, you're always going to be racist, actually.
Now, if we take a look at her board here, there's a couple of interesting words written on it. Diversity,
Why did it jump back?
intersectionality, minorities, equality and equity, people of color, safe space, white privilege, capitalism, and racism. Now, where have we seen these words before?
SJWs?
So even when you're on your path to trying to figure out how to be a better human being, because I believe that white people are born into not being human, like that actually instead of people of color and black folks being dehumanized, that actually everyone is dehumanized off rip within white supremacy, that y'all are born into a life to not be human, and that's what y'all are taught to do, to be demons. So in this particular way, white people are all racist. So I just want you.
I will say, broadly, I get where she's coming from, but she is phrasing it in such a fucking horrible way. Too bad nobody has said anything about this since, what was this, 2017? Come on, get some recent stuff, dude. Like, the thumbnail was all the same Karens.
Y'all to know that up front.
Oh wait, now she goes by Hunter Shackelford and is a trans fat activist who won't shut up about black cishet men. How about the racial activists and the BLM people that want to exclude white people from things?
This message is to all our would-be accomplices and white allies. This message is to all the white people who have BLM in their bio. If you really want to prove to black people that you love us and you care about us and you are down for the cause, do not go see that movie opening weekend. You buy your ticket, you give it to a black person or a black family who can't afford to go, and then you go sit at that theater in front of the doors. You make sure that every black person in that theater can enjoy that movie in peace. You make sure that you use your body to block us from anybody who would be coming in that theater to do us harm.
What movie? The fuck is this on about? Man, I really don't get these guys sometimes.
That is your job. You can go see it on another weekend. Go see it on the second or third weekend. But the first weekend, that's for us. To do anything other than this is anti-black.
Okay, I might make a hot take here. I think it's anti-unity to spout this. I think it's a good thing that not just black people would be interested in whatever movie it is. I don't know. But I think it's important to include as many voices as possible to get this conversation as big as possible and going as far as possible. And we can't do that by excluding other people based on their skin color. In this instance, white people. My God.
Now, this may sound wild, but has this obsession with race created an environment where woke people and racists are becoming the same thing? Because if it's true, perhaps one of the first signs was seen 6 years ago in this small college in Washington. The annual day of absence at Evergreen State College involved minority students leaving campus for the day to raise awareness of their contributions. But then in 2017, organizers decided to reverse the roles and ask white students and faculty to leave campus instead.
Get out! It's not helpful! Get out!
Brett Weinstein, a white professor, objected, citing these demands as forced segregation and discriminatory. And soon after, Weinstein's objections were met with protests and accusations of racism as student activists called for his resignation for promoting white supremacy.
Frankly, every student in the
Okay, what?
Get out! It's not helpful! Get out!
Brett Weinstein, a white professor, objected, citing these demands as forced segregation and discriminatory. And soon
Okay, so a bunch of people of color, we're organizing a walkout, and then they switched the roles for it to be being charitable, the whiteys here to do the walking out, and one teacher was like, that's for segregation. I can kind of get where the lefties are coming from with always promoting white supremacy, but I also don't think that one single quote is enough to really go off of to say that that guy is 100% a white supremacist. Personally, this is just me. I need a bit of a higher bar to call somebody that. At least a repeated history.
Soon after, Weinstein's objections were met with protests and accusations of racism. A student activist called for his resignation for promoting white supremacy.
Frankly, every student in that hallway has a clue about where they're going wrong.
And so are we continuing to head down a path of revenge masked as equality? Because as it stands, is it fair to generalize an entire group based on the actions of a few in the past?
A new trend is sweeping theatreland in the UK and US. Blackout performances are dedicated to black-only audiences. Those who are not black are asked not to buy tickets. The Theatre of Royal Stratford East in London says no one's excluded from attending their new show, Tambo and Bones, but promotional material makes clear that white people aren't wanted at the production on the night in question. Says a blackout night is a purposeful creation of an environment in which an all black identifying audience can experience and discuss an event in performing arts free from the white gaze. So does this mean I can go if I identify as a black man? There would be someone on the woke side who would have...
Right here, he's conflating, like, trans people identifying however they fucking want, and then mixed race people claiming that, hey, my heritage is African, part black. That would be a black identifying person. Not like some fucking racist white man saying, oh, I'm black identifying because it's all a sham kind of bullshit. Yeah, Joe, I unironically don't know his point anymore. I just know he hates woke people. That's it. That's not intersectionality. Intersectionality is really about how working class interests, marginalized folks' interests could meet and fight together for collective actions. That's part of it. Intersectionality is the frame of analysis, so to speak, of how the different how different races, how different classes, how different genders, and all that, how they all have their own individual struggles and their own individual privileges in different ways, and how they all intersect and work together. Sometimes it's a reified experience, sometimes it's not. It's extremely complicated, and I am not educated enough to properly give a thorough definition. I can just share what I know and then get corrected in the comments.
Well, they had trouble disagreeing with that, given they believe in limitless self-identity. But it is, more importantly, is it ever okay to exclude...
Okay. Picking your gender role is not limitless self-identity. Oh, yeah, I totally get that, Angel Tail. Like, I personally think it is better to focus on the practical side and how we can best use the tools at our availability to their maximum effectiveness.
Audiences based on skin color. What would happen, for example, if it was the other way around? If this was a white-only audience? Well, I'm joined by the Talk TV contributor Esther Krakow and the Black Lives Matter organizer and activist Iman Aiden. All right, Iman, I'm just trying to picture what would happen if I put on a theatrical production in London.
Are we not going to get copyright for this? Holy shit. I mean, I'm watching it on YouTube, but who knows? YouTube is iffy.
And it said it was for whites only, or people identifying as white, which is obviously a ludicrous phrase, but you would go nuts. You would say that is blatant racism, segregation, dragged us kicking and screaming back to the dark days of appalling bigotry. You would.
Well, it depends on the context, right?
There's no whites-only audience.
Context. It depends on the
No
context.
black people allowed. What would you say?
Well, I think you're perfectly right. It would be akin to racists finding more ways to be more racist.
So why is it okay this way around?
Okay, so we have to put it into context. It was 1 out of the 29 shows.
Doesn't matter.
Yes, it does. Let's put it into context, Piers. You want to forget about context. Context is everything. It is...
Okay, I really respect this woman right there, because, like, given what I know of this situation, which is literally only what this video has shown me, because I live under a rock apparently, I am actually really glad that she managed to get that in. It was one show out of 29, and these people are framing it like it's every single show. It's larger than it is. It's overwhelming. It's so powerful. But yet, they have to stomp it out and protect themselves from the degeneracy of gay people or minorities existing, people of color. You know, harmful. I hate reactionaries.
1 out of the 29 shows that was targeted towards black people. And at no point did they say certain people were not excluded. In fact, they actually said it verbatim on their website. No one is excluded, and yet you have found racism.
No, I just read the rest of what they said. It's pretty clear. You are not supposed to go if you're not black.
No, please consider booking other dates.
Right, exactly.
I think the context, you're right, the context is important. I think the issue here is when it's talking about sort of, you know, blackouts, and it's trying to gather an audience of black people that they believe have the same experience.
Exactly.
This doesn't transpose the same way it does in the US and the UK, right? A black person in the UK could be black African, black British, or, you know, black from the Caribbean, right? In the US, the conversation around race is completely different, and that's why it's a problem. Obviously, when you bring this to the UK, people are going to be like, what are you talking about? This is, especially in London, the most multicultural city in the country.
Can you see any merit to it?
Of course not. But that's, and I don't even think it makes sense in the American context.
Why is that? If you're talking about safe spaces, because let's just be clear, we're talking about safe spaces.
Because I think
safe space, what does that mean?
Okay, so
you wouldn't feel safe if I came along?
No. Again, context. We're talking about a play that was done by black people, for black people, targeted for black people.
So?
So what? 1 out of the... Again, let's just be clear, because you're clearly not getting this message. It is basically akin to the disabled community putting on 29 shows, and 29 shows about disabilities, and then one of those shows is targeted towards the disabled community. That is what it is akin to, and yet you have a problem. Why is that, Piers? Have you genuinely asked yourself why it's different between disabilities or disabled community or Jewish, but when it comes to black,
my problem is...
The problem is you excluded white people and his snowflake feelings are hurt.
That you have already conceded that if it was the other way round, and this was a whites-only night of this theatrical performance, you would say racist. And that's my problem.
Safe spaces.
It's
safe spaces.
the
Black
double
people
standard.
are disproportionately affected by racism, so therefore it's about safe spaces. This play is about racism, therefore we should have a safe space for black people as we are disproportionately affected by racism.
I don't think you tackle...
Holy shit, this is going on so long.
She was talking about abuse, and therefore she wanted, and they wanted, and she wanted a safe space.
No, I'm sorry.
Say that.
The idea of safe spaces and black people needing safe spaces is extremely patronising.
But we're talking about racism.
Okay, what about Asian people? Do Asian people need safe spaces from racism?
When talking about
Asian people...
Well, I mean, when COVID hit, yeah. Did people just kind of forget the ramifications of Trump's China virus rhetoric? Like, anti-Asian racism spiked in 2020, 2021. But let's just ignore it.
But we don't have this conversation.
Let Esther finish.
No, she just asked me a question, so I'm answering it. When talking about Asian racism, I think they deserve a bit of a safe space. When they're talking about their own experiences...
From black people or from white people?
From all types of people.
From racists.
All right, let Esther...
judgment. Because it's about being free of judgment.
Esther, let me ask you...
Free of white judgment, free of Asian judgment, free of all types.
Let somebody else speak, please.
No, I'm going to.
Or we're going to have...
Read you wrong.
You have a better... You're offensive. Police lives matter?
You have the same sticker. We're just trying to do school.
What?
You guys have the same sticker of the other.
But this is our space.
We've got a...
Okay, for those who don't know, the reason why all lives matter or police lives matter is offensive is because, say you're sitting down at a family dinner and the dinner is all on the table. You've got your plate in front of you, everybody does. And then everybody else goes and fills up their plate, but you didn't get anything. So you say, "Oh, I'm hungry." And then the person next to you says, "Oh, we're all hungry." And then they proceed to eat. Can people see the parallel I'm drawing here? Because Black Lives Matter, while yes, all lives do matter, we want as many people to survive and have healthy and happy lives as possible. It's not all kinds of people that are disproportionately killed by the police, which was the whole point of the Black Lives Matter movement. But people just want to ignore all that. Had a conversation with a person who supports our trans friends about starting solidarity actions for Palestine. That is good. Honestly, I'm not sure what I can really do to help Palestine. I should talk about it more, but unironically, it does kind of feel irresponsible with how little I actually know about it. I don't know. We'll have to see. Anyways, back to racism and wokeness.
Police Lives Matter sticker and we're getting kicked out. Can't do school. Nobody's kicking out. You just said we have to leave.
No, I said you're making this space uncomfortable.
Uncomfortable.
But you're white. Do you understand what a multicultural space? It means you're not being centered.
White's not a culture?
No. No, it's not a culture. It's white is not a culture. Say it again to the camera. You think whiteness is a culture?
Okay. Whiteness absolutely is a culture. It's a culture of appropriation. But for real, America does have culture. It's gun culture. It's actually not a joking topic. A lot of people worry that their kids are not going to come home from school most days. That's just the world we live in.
This is insane.
So anyways, this is the violence that ASU does, and this is the type of people that they protect. Okay, this white man thinks he can take up our space, and this is why we need a multicultural space, because they think they can get away with this shit.
I'm gonna sit here the whole time and you can find somebody to kick
That's cool. We will.
We're not kicking you out. We're asking you to leave if you have any consideration for people of color and or marginalized.
So clearly don't.
that I can go?
Yeah.
I will say that their arguments are essentially leave because you're white, rather than you're using an anti-black slogan in a or you've got an anti-black slogan for a sticker at a multiracial or multicultural meeting of sorts, and something that's trying to lift up the diversity of all things. And well, what power structure do we live under? It's not black people, it's white people. I do see where the right does get all pissy-pantsy. Oh, you're kicking me out. It's for inclusion. But I'm expressing not nice things about you guys, kind of. And like, some of them don't even do it in direct ways. Like with this specific sticker, it's the I'm not touching you kind of bullshit. It's just a slogan, bro. It's just a slogan. God. You know what? To be uncharitable, I hear a lot of people do that with the swastika. And oh my God, there is becoming a bigger and bigger overlap between the right and the far right these days. Yeah, like, it's been a few clips in a row without him saying anything. Like 4 now, goddamn.
The whole rest of the campus, the second floor, the first floor, the whole MU, every single part of the campus centers you. This is the only space that you're not centered, and you're still trying to center yourself, which is peak white cis male bullshit.
You're not.
You are racist. Your sticker is racist because police, that's a job. You can choose to be a police. I don't choose to be black. Okay? No, you can choose to be a cop. You can choose to kill people with a badge, and you're protecting that shit, which means that you're racist.
I'm sorry. I wasn't trying to defend you guys.
I know, but this offends us automatically because these people kill people like me and like us, right? So you're promoting our murderers. So please just don't do that.
I think the worst thing that the person we're hearing talk in the video, not the people shown on the video. I think the worst thing they're doing is coming across as super aggressive because A, you're filming it, B, they're filming it, and C, it's probably going to end up in an internet video just like this one. That said, not everybody thinks clearly off the top, clearly in heated moments like this. I just wish people could take an extra second, take a deep breath, process their thoughts, and then yell at the racist people.
Thank you. Thank you.
So why should that bother you?
Because, do you understand that Police Lives Matter was in response to Black Lives Matter?
I pay the same fucking tuition as you.
Yep.
Hold on, but
yeah, that's fine, and you have everywhere. You have.
I'm working 60 hours a week while going to school because my parents don't just give me money.
But it doesn't matter.
I could keep going on and on about transgenderism and race in regards to being woke. I could go over the fact that they're pushing gender identity theory onto elementary schoolers, onto the...
What's the harm with that? Because, like, if I knew that I was trans back at 14, my life would have been way fucking better. But people like this want to push the idea of you shouldn't know until you're an adult, and especially with transgenderism, a lot of things get really set in motion by the time you're 18. Bro, you didn't say anything? I know, right? He just plays clips.
Next generation in teaching gender identity theory as a fact in the school curriculum. Several curriculum.
Does bro not understand? No. Why am I asking? That's rhetorical. Of course bro doesn't understand science. He doesn't. He knows basic biology, but he didn't learn the first thing about advanced biology. Because we all know that sex is a bimodal distribution. And gender is, well, your self-identity, how you view yourself. But hey, apparently it's not scientific. It's not as scientific as appealing to intuition.
During Pride Month have been leaked.
So, what's the issue? What is the harm? It's just vague gesturing. Binary means two parts. Sex assigned at birth is binary. What do you think non-binary might mean? You are not given your gender. Yeah. You're... What's the harm? Just playing music and... Oh my god, they're using neo pronouns. How fucking horrible of them. God, I swear to God, the people who complain the most about pronouns can't make a single sentence without pronouns.
Not only that, but there's hundreds of videos on the internet of teachers proudly admitting and professing that they're pushing gender identity theory onto their students.
Again, what's the harm? What's the problem? You're just saying these things bad and fear-mongering over it without actually pointing to any direct harm. If there was direct harm, you could point to it instead of all this fucking vague gesturing.
To play ball so we could ruin them. Mama said that it was okay. Mama said that it was quite alright. Our kind of people had a bed for the night, and it was okay. Mama told us we were good kids, and Daddy
What's
told
the
us
harm?
never listen to the ones point the nasty fingers at making fun.
Am I going to get copyrighted? I'm probably going to get copyrighted for this video. What? Thank you, Less Prejudice, for helping us diversify our library in 306. Looking forward to sharing and growing with these new titles for our classroom. Sam is my sister, because, yeah, there's no such thing as Samantha. I can't even read that one. Sharice's big voice. A native kid becomes a congresswoman. Oh my god, how dare they have indigenous people come into positions of power? Oh, this is all fear-mongery bullshit. Are they really afraid of this shit? Evan loves being big brother to Sam and Finn. They do everything together, go fishing, climb trees, play astronauts. But lately, Evan noticed that he and Sam don't look like brothers anymore. Sam wants to have long hair, because men never had long hair. Look at Jesus. And even asked to wear a dress on the first day of school. I mean, men wear dresses too. Look at Jesus. As time goes by, Evan comes to understand why Sam wants to look like a girl. Because Sam is a girl. Sam is transgender. And just like always, Sam loves to dream with Evan and Finn about going to the moon together. Based on one family's real-life experiences, this heartwarming story of a girl named Sam and brothers who love and support her will resonate with readers everywhere. Oh my god, that's what... They can't have people loving each other? For crying out loud. Seriously. Harm. Give me harm. And they're probably, like, the harm that they would probably point to is irreversible puberty blockers, which puberty blockers are reversible by definition. That's what we made them for. What else? Body mutilation, which actually doesn't typically happen till 18 or older when they're adults and can make that decision. Honestly, the people that argue against this stuff know the least about it. This story shall destroy Western civilization. Stop, Briley Sensei. You're going to break the space-time West continuum with this genderism. Yeah. Well, we'll see what happens in the next 3 minutes. Whoa, just leaking the book there? Seriously, what's the harm? What's wrong with this? Hey, I know of Stonewall. Research suggests that children as young as 2 recognize their trans identity, yet many nurseries and schools teach a binary understanding of pre-assigned gender. Queer, inclusive, and affirming education is crucial for the for the well-being of all young people. I mean, does this guy have research to prove the opposite? Probably not. He's probably just going to be like, oh, you can't trust the universities because they're too Jewish or something. Oh my god.
And there is a video of him as a toddler. So he was assigned female at birth. There's a video of him as a toddler tearing barrettes out of her hair and throwing them on the ground and sobbing. That's a gender message. And when it happens not just once or twice or 3 times.
Or it just keeps happening until they're 18 and, oh, it's just a phase that they've been going through for a super duper long time. But I don't know, people are too young to know that they don't want to wear, or they're too young to know that they want to be a different gender, but they're not too young to be put into like onesies that say pussy slayer. I fucking hate the right.
That's a gender message.
For race, I could talk about this obsession with reparations, the double standards, which I've touched a little bit on so far, but my overall point with this video is this. The term woke clearly has a meaning. It refers to many beliefs within an ideology that is typically deemed progressive and leftist. Almost.
Thank you for saying that it's a broad blanket statement to say progressive and leftist and all that is bad. Nothing good can come from that, right? That's the vibe I've been getting from this video.
It's always riddled with the cancer that is identity politics.
Very nice comparison. Nice.
Often with the perspective of separating groups into who is the most oppressed and then applying different standards onto them while claiming that they want equality. However,
what he's trying to describe here is equity, so it's like equality of outcome kind of thing. Like, I'm just going to speak from my experiences in the progressive circles I've been in. Nobody wants there to be, I don't know, black people to be in, like, only black people to be in power. We want voices from all over to be in power so that it's more representative of the common working person. At least that's what I think. But hey, no, I'm progressive, I'm woke. That means I ascribe to every single thing this guy says about wokeism.
I understand why Creeper and those that are like him pretend as though they have no idea what the word actually means. They know that it has a meaning. It's just far easier for them to feign ignorance and pretend as though it has no meaning so that they don't have to address anyone's issues or address their opposition directly. It's a cowardice cop-out. Everything shown in the video or briefly mentioned and a lot more will eventually be talked about in another series that I'm making, diving into the retardation that is identity politics, exposing myself and you all to a plethora of its cancer.
I will say, I think identity politics is a waste of time. If you can make a good point or make a good argument, you don't need to bring identity politics into it. That's just my opinion.
I am so tired of catering to cis people's feelings. Because I do. I do it every time I go to a restaurant and the server says, "Hi, ladies," and I don't correct them. Every time I choose the women's washroom because people expect that of me and it makes them comfortable. Every time I go to the grocery store and ignore being called miss or ma'am. Every time a close friend misgenders me and my immediate response is to say, "No, it's okay as long as you're trying." It's not okay. And I'm not okay, because in order for any of you to even entertain the idea of respecting my existence, I have to water down all of my emotions lest I live up to the whiny crybabies trans stereotype that you all have in your heads. Because God forbid you take someone seriously when they are showing valid emotion.
Things I'm gonna start doing so.
Oh my god, the dude literally did what that person was criticizing others of doing. Man, right-wingers have no media literacy, even for goddamn social media.
So if you misgender me, it's on fucking purpose. In the video, I'm literally gonna put my pronouns are he, they. In the caption of the video, putting he, they. Putting the hashtag he, they. It's already on my profile picture and in my bio. I'm literally going above and beyond. So there is no fucking excuse for people to misgender me. You don't get an excuse if you misgender me. Like, you don't. Like, well, I didn't... How did you not see the 1 of 5 things?
I will say, bro, don't underestimate how fucking stupid people are. Seriously, you can scream it a million ways from the rooftops, and there will always be somebody that doesn't listen. That's just how it is.
Just admit you don't think I deserve to have my pronouns respected. Just admit it.
Oh, boo-hoo! Let me play a sad song for you on the world's smallest violin. This is serious.
Fun fact, every time conservatives complain about genders, we add 3 more. Thank you for that. That was a huge waste of time. The dude didn't really do much besides fear-mongering. Yay! Like, I do have my had three more. I personally have my own issues with the left, especially the online left, but I don't think they're the problem. I think it's the people pushing the anti-left stuff, the right-winger stuff. They're the people that are actually trying to control you, at least from my understanding. The left just, at least I want people to be able to express themselves however they want. How horrible. Let people live their lives, and, well, it really seems to me like the right just wants you to conform to their standards of living. You have to conform to the two gender principles. You have to conform to the traditional family narrative kind of shit. And then what is also funny to me is we gotta go back to our traditions in America, and then they just kind of forget that America was founded on immigration. So a bunch of not white people start showing up, and then they start getting mad. Funny how that works out. But yeah, when people use the word woke unironically, they're referring to any sort of progressive or leftist advocacy, and they don't like it. They don't. I honestly wonder if they actually will engage with arguments and all that fun stuff, because I like engaging with arguments. I don't think a lot of people do. I think a lot of people just want to express shit into their echo chambers. That is something that happens quite a bit. But I mean, I can't really help people that don't want to actually have these conversations. I can't force anybody to have these conversations. But what can you do? At least in the EN online space, the woke thingy by the right still has bite. The argument doesn't work here in the islands of the Philippines because here being mulat or socially conscious or learning about social issues is considered a virtue? God, I wish being socially conscious in America was considered a virtue. But it's only considered a virtue to some of the population. Yay. Okay, that was a nice hour-long segment. Whew. I don't feel like covering that. It is that friendaltery thing is something I can also talk about later. Okay. Do I want to talk about the Philly and stuff? Kinda. Kinda thinking, talk about Fillian's recent announcement, then take a bit of a break, and then come back and cover the 3 remaining quote-unquote bigger segments. The anti-woke here in the islands of the Philippines are aligned among conservative Christian folks and supporters of elite politicians versus queer folk and progressive activists and human rights. Yeah, basically for a rest, I'm just going to put on one of my older videos and go have a smoke. I like to do that. Oh, Bunny responded. Ooh. That's something completely unrelated. But yeah. So, you know what's something really, really important and helpful for VTubers? And I'm not talking about artists or riggers or sound designers or character designers or lore writers or clippers for that matter. I am talking about editors. Editors for videos and whatnot. And I think if you're going to put out a statement looking for editors, I think it would be pretty good to back that up with some upfront payment for their work. Now, you can make an argument for a smaller streamer where it's not as easy to pay the editors. I still think it's important to at least try. I'm gonna be real. But we're talking about a streamer a little bigger than just a small streamer, your run-of-the-mill streamer. Today we're talking about Fillion. Fillion put out a statement that got quite a bit of backlash. I'm going to go over the statement before the response, so here we go. Hey, this is Fillion. I'm looking for people to upload edits of my clips. I'm one of the largest virtual creators in the world with over 1.5 billion views on my YouTube page alone. Nice subtle flex there. I live stream on my Twitch and upload my funny moments to YouTube. We're looking to expand this greatly by recruiting clippers, people uploading my content, while making it as easy as possible for you. We provide all the clips to upload. We provide the best free tools for making efficient edits, and we have tutorials on how to go viral, handwritten by me and my editor. The program has been around for a single month and has generated 9 million views already. Our goal is to turn new clippers into great clippers and great clippers into top clippers. And for clarification, what she's actually referring to are clip editors, not the people cutting or clipping the streams themselves. Because right here, we provide all the clips to upload. They're looking for editors to edit the clips, make them a little more punchy, to make them a little more engaging. And the pay is $200 per 1 million views accumulated. We'll send out payment at the end of every month. Minimum payment is $20 or 100,000 views. This is very realistic to hit in the first month, and a single viral clip can easily be $200 or more. There is no handicap on how much you can be paid out, though we will catch view botting. There is a very substantial amount of money set aside for this program. Hop in this Discord server for communication. It is blurred out. This is where all our resources for clipping are. So what really stands out about this, besides, you know, we're not going to pay you for the work up front, we're going to pay you if your videos do well. Yeah, like, Fillion gets called out for a lot of stuff, and this was at least new. So Bacon here, hey Fillion, this isn't it. Quoting Fillion, take my content, edit it, and upload it to your channel. If it gets 100,000 views, you'll be paid. There's huge sum money for this. End quote. Well, I mean, they're paraphrasing. How about you pay for work upfront instead of making it conditional and low-key predatory? I fully see where Bacon's coming from. This is pretty yikes. And it does continue just a little bit. Bacon continues on, just to clarify, this was sent to me through VGen messages and linked to a Google Docs with this info above. For those that don't know, VGen is a website for VTubers to connect with artists, for setting up commissions, doing all that fun stuff, you know, making sure people get paid, right? Correct me if I'm wrong. And for those still questioning the legitimacy and saying this is someone else posing as her, Stream Discord versus Clips Discord. So apparently this is her regular Discord server, the Snackers HQ, and then Fillion Clipping Discord. Hey, look, it's Fillion. Oh, I didn't know she went by she, them. Neat. Additional note, I am not a clipper. I am an editor for hire, which my VGen clearly states. I edit VODs into highlights, shorts / TikTok, clips, edits, etc., etc. This was mass sent to hundreds of editors like me on VGen. Now we got this person coming out about it too. Oh boy. Literally in response to the thread we just went through. And this was sent to editors on VGen, the majority of which most likely have editing as a significant portion of their income. This could have been sent to hundreds of editors. She could see their rates and examples and didn't want to go through that rate. This is not her providing incentives to clippers who are fans of hers and have started a channel or already edit her streams as a form of fan service. This is her mass messaging editors who have numerous clients and a vital income stream from their edits who have absolutely no relation to her whatsoever, and asking them to suddenly create content solely for her for a massive pay cut. I mean, I would think potentially massive, but I don't know the budgets of bigger streamers. And yes, to get anywhere near 1 million views, wow, $200, the channel would have to be solely her content to appease the algorithm. The pay cut would be inevitable due to the loss of clients in needing to dedicate so much time into editing her content in order to reach the minimum pay threshold. Yeah, like, it would be one thing if these were going on to Fillion's official channel to like a massive audience, but if it's you gotta start your own channel, like, I'm gonna be real, I haven't even hit 100,000. Have I? Analytics. Have I hit? Oh, I've actually probably hit 100,000. Advanced mode. In lifetime, anyways. Come on. Where are we at? Okay. I have 700 subscribers right now, and my lifetime views are barely over 100,000. I have been actively pushing out content on YouTube for roughly a year. I've been streaming even longer than that. So if you have to start your own channel, holy shit, it's going to actually be really hard to hit that. You would need to pump out constant clips. And if you're focusing on that for the $20 per 100,000 views, you are genuinely going to be losing work on other creators that you could be creating content for, rather than hoping you get paid from Fillion. Went through that. If you've ever started a YouTube channel from scratch, you know how impossible of an ask even 100,000 views is, no matter who's featured. True, I've covered some very big names and they don't get a lot of views. I also do longer videos, so that doesn't help either. Any existing editor of which she exclusively reached out to would be making a loss on their income for years if they took this offer. Welcome back, Nessie. And no, exposure and well-known clients are not the same as payment. Editors can't buy food and rent with that, which is why editors do what they do. Some further context in terms of numbers that may help people understand. Cooksey, one of the largest general clippers on YouTube with 300,000 subs, who has been producing content on that channel for 3 years, would have made 120 for her last months of posts. That's an average of 3 to 4 posts every single day, and using Bacon's average time per edit of 40 minutes would be 62 cents an hour. I'm no mathmancer, but that tracks. This is calculated pretending each of Cooksey's videos were of Fillion, which they of fucking course are not. Even if they're more generous and say the lighter editing on clips take half as long, that's still only $1.24 an hour for a whole month of exclusive content with 3 to 4 videos per day. So yeah, it's not looking too good for... It's not looking like that sweet of a pot for editors, honestly. So the problem is this notice being sent to a network of VTuber editors who consider this as a pay cut while it's actually for clippers. No, because it's not been about the clippers. We provide all the clips to upload. That's the thing. They're not looking to pay people to clip the streams. They're trying to find people to edit the clips. And for some people like Bacon here, that can take 40 minutes. As Faye said, this is not her providing incentives to clippers who are fans of hers and who have started a channel or already edit her streams. This is her mass messaging editors who have absolutely no relation to her and asking them to create content for her for a massive pay cut. A potentially massive pay cut. Some people don't pay their artists or their editors worth shit. I should know. I feel bad about that one, but it's true. Okay, then there's a TLDR muting this in their conclusion. Do we want to go through it? I don't know. Oh, this is for editors, so her editors say it's a pay cut. I don't know if any of her editors have been talking about it. I haven't seen a whole lot. But what happened was they mass messaged a lot of editors on VGen with no connection to her at all and said, hey, we'll pay you this much if the videos you edit get this many views. And it's like, so you're just going to provide content but no real way of boosting that content and offering to pay for enough views, but yeah, not a good look. It's very not a good look. Like, for fuck's sakes, if I swear to God, I can't pay editors right now, unfortunately. That said, like, I can't shell money out of my pocket for their salaries or anything like that. I really wish I could, but I got a roof to maintain over my own head first. When I hit ad revenue, for whoever's a dedicated editor to my channel, I would want to share a portion of that ad revenue because they are literally contributing to it. I don't want to set up some convoluted, if the video you edit gets more than 500 views, then I'll pay you X amount. No, you're taking the time to contribute to part of the channel. You're going to get a fair percentage of the channel's revenue. That's how I think it should be handled. That's how I want to handle it. But I need to hit 1,000 subscribers before I can even consider that. Speaking of which, if I hit 1,000 subscribers, I'll drink Pilk on stream or something. I gotta come up with some kind of incentive to push for 1,000. I mean, I'm slowly climbing there, but I do kind of think I could get there quicker. Yeah, I think that about wraps it up. Ma suggested a kind of clipping editing segment channel that features progressive content. Shared that idea with Bunny Hearted and others. Ooh, interesting to hear your plans. Progressive content in the VTuber space. Well, yeah, I do. I think there should definitely be a lot more progressive content in the VTuber space. I can't personally fund that content, but I do want to see more of it. I want to see more commentary. I want to see more discussions. I want to see more interviews, kind of things. Speaking of which, I gotta start reaching out more and like actually setting up interviews. Yeah. Unfortunately, it seems like there's more reactionary VTubers and clippers than there are progressives. But hey, it's possible to change that. We just gotta put out the kind of content we want to see. Ooh, a GT 1030. Well, work with what you got. I hope you can get something upgraded soon. Okay, I do want to take a little bit of a break. Stretch my legs, stretch my lungs. Question is, what video do I play while on break? Because I'm not just going to leave a silent BRB screen. Alrighty, thanks for stopping by, Nessie. You have a good sleep. Glad to have you on, and thanks for sharing your insight. Oh, I could go over my Pal World video. That was about an hour long. Like, as per my habit, I'm not going to I'm not going to watch the entire video of my own. But I don't want it to, like, cut short on me. Then when I get back, I've got Honestly, I'm not sure. Do I want to talk about the Uki Violetta situation? Because it ended up being a lot of the same kind of stuff that I just did with the anti-woke stuff. It would be a lot of rehashing the same ground, but it might get different people to listen. I'm not sure. Oh, and then we've got a whole lot of stuff to go through. Oh my god. Oh, the manager segment's going to be super long. So is the doxing group. $7.40. To be fair, Angel Tail, I don't really know a whole lot of Zionist propaganda I could counter. Frankly, I don't know enough about that. What's going on with that? So that's a big part of why I don't really, or I haven't talked about it as much as other stuff. God, I'm so tired. Well, another part of that is I know the IOF does a lot of horrible fucking shit that they post to like Twitter and stuff. I also don't know what'll get my channel hit with like a potential community guideline strike or age restriction of a video. So maybe I do have a lot of good points, but there was like a little bit in there that makes it age restricted, so it super limits the views that even gets. So it just doesn't reach as many people as it potentially could have, and it's such a fine line to walk, honestly. But to be fair, I do make excuses. I do know there has been there was movement on Twitter, draw your comfort characters with watermelon, free Palestine stuff. That was pretty sweet. And then Zionists got mad that Hatsune Miku was shown or drawn with pro-Palestine messaging. They got real mad at that, and they got dunked on. Somebody who Omegle's Israeli peeps? How do you target that? I thought Omegle, when it was up, was about connecting random people. Yeah, no, that's fair. And I do kind of like Zeka and I make similar content, but we also kind of keep to our own lane, so to speak. Like Zeka does a lot more overt politics, and then I'm like trying to reach out to the culture war stuff, engaging with the pop culture and that kind of thing. I don't think I have heard of them. Who is that absorber? Absorbier. Zeka? I just thought Zeka did more, like, focused more on the political stuff. And less on, like, because, like, I do a lot of drama coverage and shit. Because people are going to click on that trash content. They want their train wrecks TV available. So I figure, why not give them a progressive perspective to listen to? And sadly, a lot of the people that enjoy that trash content get real mad when you push real life stuff in. I've caught a handful of their streams. I do like Zeka. Also, wasn't Zeka going by he, him, or he, they? Like, I thought I saw that, but I haven't been 100%, so I've just been sticking with they, them, just in case. It's a safe bet. Technically any all, but he prefers he, him. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, that's kind of the thought I had. I just wanted to, clarify. Cause like I haven't had any DMs with Zeka. They're the kind that like sticks to themselves mostly, and I don't want to push and prod. Oh, okay. I actually didn't know that about you, Angel Tail, because like unironically, I will say this, unironically, my mind is wired to jump to he, him, or they, or she, her for whenever I'm referring to somebody. And when I'm making the effort to refer to them or to refer to somebody as they, them, in my head, it might still pop up with one of the gendered pronouns. And for you, Angel Tail, it always pops into my head the feminine she, her pronouns. And then I've got to be like, wait, no, they are non binary. They, them for Angel Tail. But it's like, okay, so it's not that bad for my brain to jump to that conclusion. Yeah, like I had always thought, like, I'd heard a while back that you went by they them, and I'm always trying to respect people's pronouns, because it's no skin off my back, and it can mean the world to the person. Okay, I think I'm gonna throw on a video now, and then when I come back, dive into the 3 last segments. Unironically, part of me does kind of want to save it for like a Monday or Tuesday stream kind of thing, like break it up a little. But I will also admit that that part of me wants to just jump into, oh, that's totally fair, Fuzz. Thank you for sticking around as long as, excuse me, as long as you have. I greatly appreciate it. But yeah, unironically, part of me does want to call the stream short, because I want to go around VR chat some more. But there's also kind of important shit to talk about. I am also just catching up on group chat text. But for real, I'm like so close to getting this avatar into VR chat. I just need to go up a trust level. I don't know how long that'll take. I gotta play more to do it. It's like a catch-22, because I don't really want to dive into like meeting up with all my VTuber friends before I have my avatar that they'll recognize me by. And I know the avatar doesn't make the person, but it means something to me. This following week, I think I can make that. Okay, I should just play a video, go stretch my legs, and come back and get through these segments. I'm toddling so much. There's like no definitive answer either. Like, because this is stuff that I am going to talk about sooner or later. I'm also kind of losing my attention span a little bit. So, yeah. Oh, thank you so much for
And I approve this message.
Angel Tale, happy hollow days. Super chatted 45 cents, 25.00 from Angel Tale, happy hollow days.
Thank you for the very kind 25 pesos. I do have TTS, so if you had left a message with that, it would have been Donald Trump saying, "I'm Donald Trump and I approve this message." And then you could have had like trans rights. Ah. But I don't get too much use out of that. I do greatly appreciate that, by the way. Like in my currency, it's 45 cents. To you, it's a lot more than that, and that is what it's the sentiment that it's coming from. That's what actually really matters to me. Again, greatly appreciated. Because, like, honestly, it's always wild to me that people want to super chat, want to send a little something. Okay, part of me wonders, should I leave it up to democracy, or should I just power through and finish this? Do I want to take my break and then finish these 3 segments? Or do I want to come back on like Monday or Tuesday and then go through these 3 segments specifically? Because I know there's a handful of people, at least, that are interested in the post-stream voice chat. It's nice. I like that. I'm gonna be honest, I am kind of leaning towards procrastinate, come back at it fresh for these next 3. Because, like, how many have I recorded as is? More than a handful. And I won't be streaming next weekend. So that'll be a thing. Okay, that one was no segment. Wow, I've already got 7 recorded right now. Got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so I have 14 segments right now to upload to YouTube. Another 3 that I could do. Could do a short stream tomorrow. I could, but the thing is, I'm going to be hanging out with a VTuber friend tomorrow. Because, well, we've been wanting to hang out for a bit, and they asked to schedule it, and I agreed. Because they are also a graduated VTuber. They're pretty fun. Honestly, I do kind of wish I had gotten them on stream before they had graduated. But there is the possibility that I'll get them on stream in the future. Because they are going corpo. I can't really share too much because I don't know too much. I just know that they have publicly said on their main account that they are going with a VTuber agency. I don't know which it is. I haven't been prying. I haven't been given any privy information that the public doesn't already know about. I just know I like this person. I'm wishing them the best. And I'm willing to help as however I can with advice or a friendly chat, whatever it is. Because I like them. Or lewds. Yeah, like, there have been a lot of not great agencies in the news, so to speak. Oh, man. It does sound like this one, or at least whatever. I don't know if it's an agency specifically or if it's. I think it's an agent. I can't remember. I just hope it goes well for them. I do really hope it goes well. That's what matters. But yeah, I'm thinking we'll delay this until Monday or Tuesday. Check out the channel for tomorrow. I'll make the decision, I think. Probably Tuesday. But yeah, my knees are starting to hurt. I want to stand up. I need to get away from the desk for a bit. Oh yeah, I also gotta redo something. Because... Wait, where's my docs? DOCKS, by the way, not doxing. Where's the YouTube events? YouTube live control panel? Oh, you motherfuckers. I keep forgetting. I have to sign in. And I keep forgetting which phone, email. Because I was going to replay because somebody, because Hero actually got membership before the stream started, so I was wanting to show that off. But I'm going to include their name at the end of the end of the video for Monday, which is probably going to be my Finster video. I feel like that one has the shortest half-life, so to speak. And I think for this next week, I'm going to start doing something a little different. I'm going to actually have videos for Saturday and Sunday as well. Even though I'm not going to be streaming, I've got more than enough content for it. But yeah, so I'm going to start doing that a little more often. Weekend videos. But yeah, I think I'm going to wrap up stream here. If anybody would like to join the post-stream voice chat, it's in the Discord server, !Discord. That should still work even after stream ends. And if not, you can go to literally any of my videos and click the join the Discord button. It's in the description. We are always happy to welcome new faces. We love chatting with people. And I mean, if you want to argue about politics, there's a place for you. You want to post about food, there's a place for you. You want to talk about video games, there's a place for you. You want to voice chat with people, there's 3 places for you. Okay, enough plugging. Like the stream if you haven't already. Subscribe if you haven't already. I really appreciate you all taking the time to... sharing the time with me. Listening to what I have to say about different things going on. And ironically, I started this channel, Horny Jail 2. It's the Horny Dungeon. I started this channel just as like ramblings of like, I'm just going to talk about whatever comes to mind kind of thing. Literally starting with 0 subscribers. And I've hit 710. It is wild to me. Just fucking wild. Anyways, again, thank you for tuning in. I will catch you all next stream, probably Tuesday. Remember, if you can't be the sharpest tool in the shed, you can always be the hoe.